What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, March 5th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, a season-saving victory for the Texas men's basketball team. We'll recap the game in Starkville. Plus, Texas baseball has won its 10th straight. Arch Manning has himself a new NIL deal. The Dallas Cowboys were very active yesterday in the NFL. Texas football has a new coaching hire. The year gets worse for Mavericks fans. And, we've heard of Florida man. We've heard of Florida woman. Now we have Florida kid. Oh, yeah. A lot to get into on a hump day edition of Bucky and BK. Hope everyone is having a great start to their day. Hope you're having a great start to your day, Buck. How are you this morning?
I'm doing fantastic. It's a beautiful morning, a little cool this morning. You know, after yesterday's, I don't know if I asked you earlier that no fires, which I said, don't worry about it. We'll be okay. We got through it. And I also said the tip for kids yesterday was comic relief. Make somebody happy. Everybody's a class clown. Make them smile with your comedy. Well, I did just that playing golf yesterday. I made them all laugh. I mean, at times standing on the tee box yesterday, I was almost blown over by the wind. I mean, seriously, taking a swing and being off balance, it was not fun. But you know what? It was warm. I was outside. I was out with Mother Nature, and she was pounding me in the face. In the face.
Sounds like that new workout plan you've been on is not working.
Well, I also had a incredible at Shoal Creek Saloon Fat Tuesday pregame meal. I had bacon and eggs by my wife before I left. I then went to Shoal Creek at 10:45 and I had soft shell crab, beans and rice, turkey.
Wait, why'd you get fish yesterday when all you can eat for the next 40 days is fish?
No. It was fine. Soft shell crab. It was delicious. What a great meal.
Oh, I'm sure it was delicious. I love the food at Shoal Creek Saloon, but that feels like a go there on Friday during the lentil season play, not a go there on Fat Tuesday play.
It feels like that's not what you do before you go walk around on the golf course. That's what that was.
Yeah, that too.
And I have not yet unleashed the fury of all of that food yesterday. It's still within me.
Oh, no.
And as I walked around yesterday, it was tough, man. It was a tough go. You'd have to be a really good golfer and understand your game. You can't be a hack out there yesterday. And I'm a hack. So I was out there. I mean, it was fun, but once again, anytime you can get out and the weather is warm, which it was yesterday, but boy, I don't know what was in the air out here, folks, but my eyes were itching. I mean, it felt like somebody just took a bunch of sand from the beach and kept throwing it at my face the whole day. It was miserable. I mean, downtown Austin, you could barely see downtown Austin. It was so hazy yesterday. But you know what? We're up and we're at it again today.
Absolutely. Yeah, some of the pictures from all over the state of Texas. I think Dallas maybe got hit with it the worst. There was just crazy dust all over the Lone Star State yesterday.
Well, that's not stuff from the trees. That's not cedar. Was that just flat out dust?
I don't know. That's a picture of downtown Dallas yesterday.
Man.
Like, it's pretty insane, some of the weather that we saw yesterday.
We're not burning up the weed in Mexico or anything. We're not getting rid of some of that weed that we've collected all over the country, right? That's just dust. Man.
Yeah, I don't think that's Snoop Dogg's doing what was going on across the state yesterday. But, dust, wild wind. And it was howling all day long, but it seems like that part of the weather is behind us.
Yes, thank you. It's going to be cool today, and then it's going to warm up again towards the weekend, which is fine. I mean, for Longhorn baseball, this should be a really nice weekend for some baseball, It is. And for the Longhorn basketball team last night, I said there was no way they were going to win that game. I went to sleep about 3 minutes after halftime, I was mad that they were winning. I was like, I can't believe this team, this effort that they put into this basketball game. If they put, and that was just effort. That was about effort right there. That wasn't about great play. It was just great effort. And I'm thinking, this is why you need a new coach. If it's taken this long to get that kind of effort, you could have won about three more games in your season with just that kind of effort. I mean, that was full out effort by that basketball team. For one night, Rodney Terry did a fantastic job, but I don't know at the end. I don't know. I didn't stay up to the end, so I don't know. I know I went to overtime. I don't know the details, so it's going to be hard for me to talk about the end of the game. But I know in the beginning, what a great effort by that basketball team.
Yeah, plenty to get into. The Longhorns keep their faint tournament hopes alive with an 87-82 overtime victory in Starkville against Mississippi State. It's a quadrant 1 win. It's a ranked win, and it comes at the best possible time for the Longhorns. There's still work to be done. Yeah, plenty to get into because
but
at the end of
let
the
me
day,
ask you this, BK, was that basically effort by that group, getting to balls, rebounding? I mean, it wasn't like spectacular shooting by, well, two guys played really, really well, but it wasn't all around great basketball by them. No.
Well, I mean, they shot 48.5% from the floor, which is better than they've been shooting as of late. But they did everything in their power to let Mississippi State back into that game.
No, I got to hear about this. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do to you, to your families, and thank you very much to your families for sharing all of you with all of us. We do appreciate it, but please be careful out there.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I'm kind of jealous that you went to bed a little early last night because that was about as stressful of a Texas basketball game that I've ever seen. The Longhorns led by as many as 12 in the second half. They were up by 9 with 3 minutes and 37 seconds left. Like, felt over. Should have been over. But Mississippi State closed out regulation on an 11-2 run, to force overtime thanks to a comedy of Texas errors. Now, I'll give the Longhorns a lot of credit because once the game got to overtime, I thought the Longhorns were done. I thought they blew their opportunity to win that game with the way the last 3.5 minutes went. And I thought Mississippi State was going to take it to them in the extra frame, but Texas bounced back. They got some help from some missed free throws by Mississippi State, and they outscored the Bulldogs 16-11 in OT to get the win. So the resiliency, the grit that they showed after completely collapsing down the stretch deserves some credit. You tip your cap to the guys. You tip your cap to Rodney Terry. They found a way to get it done. Doesn't matter. And when you're looking at tournament resumes, they don't care that you blew a huge second half lead. They just care that you got the win, and Texas got the win. But holy crap, Bug. It looked like this team had never seen a press before. Like Mississippi State, because they were down.
The guards just giving it away at the end there.
Oh my God. I mean, I like, let me just start with the end of regulation, like the last 20 seconds of the second half before we get to some of the other things that happened in the last 5 minutes of that second half. So Texas had the ball. They were up by 2, and Tremont Mark hits a huge bucket in the lane to go up 4 with 16 seconds left. We're like, all right, like that's your dagger. That should have been the dagger. You're up 2 possessions with 16 seconds to go. Mississippi State's got to drive the length of the floor, score, and they've got to somehow get the ball back and score again. Well, here's what happened after that. State gets the ball. Julian Larry commits an inexplicably dumb foul. He slips on defense.
Yeah, which is about his second or third foul like that of the game.
Yeah, well, he fouled out on that play. So
yeah, he had a couple in the first half, BK, that were like, what are you fouling there? Why are you tripping into? And it was tripping into guys.
Well, you call him Larry, Moe, and Curly from the Three Stooges. He looked like a member of the Three Stooges with this play. So that's the worst possible thing you could do, right? Because you foul Mississippi State, they're in the bonus, so you get to stop the clock, or they get to stop the clock, and they get free points. So Julian Larry commits a dumb foul. He trips into Josh Hubbard, who's their best free throw shooter. Hubbard hits 2 free throws to make it a 2-point game. That's okay. You're still up 2. You've got the ball. 10 seconds to go. You're in the bonus. They're going to foul you.
Get the ball in play. Just get it in play.
No. Not this Texas team, Buck. No. We can't do that.
Oh,
Jordan Pope on the inbound. Miscommunication with Trey Johnson. He throws the ball one way. Trey Johnson was cutting the other way. Mississippi State gets it, and they get an easy layup. I mean, they didn't have to work for the bucket. Like, it was a gift-wrapped, game-tying bucket in the final seconds. And look, Texas had time. They had one more shot at the end of regulation. Rodney Terry has a timeout. He doesn't use it. What play is he going to draw up? Nothing good. And Tremont Mark, who was playing really well, but he just jacks up a bad three. Like, Trey Johnson doesn't get a touch on that final possession. Instead, it's Tremont Mark, who in a tie game takes a crazy-ass three when he could have, tried to drive to the lane and get something a little easier. He misses, and the game goes to overtime. And again, I thought it was done. I think every Texas fan thought it was done. It's like, no way. This is how the nail in the coffin is going to be hammered in. Like, you're really going to blow it like this, RT. But again, the Longhorns find a way in overtime to hold off Mississippi State, get it done.
Yeah, I just think when effort is given the way it's given, and that kind of effort right there, even though you weren't great, although you said they shot 48%, that right there gets you a couple more wins in this kind of conference. Yeah. You beat some teams that you end up losing to, and when you get that effort like that, only because you're in dire straits, that's not good on the coach. That's bull crap to me. That group could have been playing like that. You can give effort that way. And I saw Clark Kent in there battling for rebounds, getting loose rebounds, guys, not blocking him out and him getting to the boards. I mean, if that's all it takes is effort, then you need to be looking for somebody different to make sure that's the way you play, even if you're not good every night. That's a part of coaching right there.
Yeah, it's frustrating, right? Because it shouldn't have taken this long to see that type of effort.
No.
I agree with you. I mean, Texas played desperate last night. They looked like a team that knew they needed to win that game to keep their tournament hopes alive, and they brought it. I mean, they took it to Mississippi State. They were the better team for most of that game last night on the road against a ranked team. And you're wondering, like, where was that against South Carolina? Where was that against Arkansas? Where was that against Georgia at home this past weekend? Like, it shouldn't have taken this long. And it might be too little too late. Now, Texas still has a chance. If they lost that game last night, they would have probably had to win the SEC tournament to get the automatic bid into the dance. But they win that. They've got Oklahoma at home on Saturday. They win that game. Then they're right back into things. They might still need a win in Nashville to get in.
Sure.
But like they kept their tournament hopes alive, and you're wondering, where was that effort? Where was that desperation during that 3-game losing streak against teams that are a lot worse than Mississippi State?
Yeah, they didn't give that effort was not the same as they did last year. It was totally different.
No. And it's like, it shouldn't take you until March 4th to see that kind of thing. And that's annoying. It's like, I'm with you, man. I was annoyed watching that game last night.
I was too. I'm like, look at these guys running all over the place. Look at these loose balls. Look at them rebound tonight. Everybody getting rebounds. Everybody to the board. Shedrick blocking shots again, falling down as he usually does, but still blocking shots, making great effort. I'm like, it's just effort. It's not even skill. It's just effort. And I'm like, wow, the herky-jerky lefty decided he was going to play last night.
Well, that's the thing. Like, that's what Texas, and that wasn't like a monumental win against an amazing team.
No.
But that's what Texas can do when people besides Trey Johnson show up.
Sure.
Like, Trey Johnson, for as good as he is, and he's really freaking good, this is still a team sport. Like, he cannot do this on his own, especially in this league. So during the 3-game losing streak, Texas was getting nothing from pretty much anybody else wearing burnt orange and white. Last night, Tremont Mark goes for 24 on 9 of 13 shooting, and he hits 4 threes, and he made some hugely clutch shots down the stretch and in overtime. Like, you don't need everybody else to step up.
No, I just need him and Kaluma. Give me Kaluma can do what he did, hit a bunch of free throws at the end. That's fine. But make the plays when you have to make the play. It's a free throw. Make the free throws. That guy, since he's got hurt, has been not that good. Last night, I thought he gave really, really good effort. I thought he defended pretty well for him. And like I said, it just pissed me off to watch. And I'm like, damn, I'm mad. This group could have won 3 more games with just that effort alone, because they played teams that are rarely similar to them. And if they give good effort, they can win the game. So I looked at it as I went to bed. Like I said, I went to bed right after halftime. I was like, I'm like, geez, what are they going to do? They're not going to blow this. I didn't know they was going to come down to, what you said at the end where they couldn't get the ball in bounds.
They blew it. I'll give Rodney Terry credit for one thing. I mean, his team looked really poorly coached last night. Like, I'll give him credit first, and then I'll go to some of the other problems that happened. Again, Texas looked like they had never seen a press before in their lives. They were lost towards the end of the regulation. But the game plan that Rodney Terry and the Texas coaching staff came up with to slow down Josh Hubbard, who's Mississippi State's best player, who came into that game last night averaging 18.5 points per game, was terrific. Now, Hubbard ended with 16, but he was held scoreless in the first half, and he was just 3 of 12 shooting and 1 of 6 from deep. So most of his work was at the free throw line because of some dumb fouls by the Longhorns, but they made Josh Hubbard work for everything last night. They doubled him all game long. It was similar to what Georgia did to Trey Johnson here on Saturday, where it's like everybody else has to beat us. We're not letting Trey Johnson beat us. Somebody else has to step up. Texas couldn't do it. Last night, Mississippi State gave a little bit better effort than Texas did, but they couldn't do it. So Texas came up with a game plan to take Josh Hubbard out of the game, and it worked. And I will give RT a lot of credit for that. But holy crap, if I am Oklahoma, because that might be an elimination game here on Saturday night.
You're right.
Those are two bubble teams that both desperately need a win. If I'm Oklahoma, I am going to full court press for all 40 minutes at Moody Center this weekend. Because Texas,
neither one of those guards can get the ball up the court. My goodness.
Dude, I mean, Texas had 2 10-second violations in the last 5 minutes of regulation. Couldn't get the ball past half court. They had turnovers. I mean, I don't know why Jordan Pope, who's the smallest guy on the floor, is the guy inbounding the ball, because Mississippi State would just put a tall defender on him on like some of these under the basket inbounds plays. And Jordan Pope could see over them. So he's just chunking it up, or he's just throwing it away. Like turnovers, bad passes, stepping on the end lines. I mean, Texas had a shot clock violation in the last 2 minutes. They went more than 4 minutes without a field goal in the last 5. That allowed Mississippi State to overcome that 9-point deficit down the stretch. Like, it was just, again, a comedy of errors by the Longhorns. You needed that Three Stooges music going in the background with the way it was going.
Let me tell you what effort can do for you.
Yeah.
If you do that, you can escape, like you said, a number 25 ranked Mississippi State team. You can escape it because they're not great, but they're good enough that if you don't give good effort, you can get really, really beat by them. And that was just fantastic effort. So I got to give the guys A+ for the effort, but I give the coaching staff there like still a C- for why don't we see that every time they take the court? Because that's what gets you wins right there in a conference like this when you have some talent, as you say, but if you don't give good effort, you're going to lose a bunch of those games. When you give effort like this, you can escape some of your own mistakes. Now, when the tournament comes, your guard play is horrible. You're not going anywhere anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if Texas even gets there. Again, the job's not finished, but yeah, I don't feel a whole hell of a lot better about Texas basketball today versus yesterday. And dude, looking at Twitter after the game last night, it almost looks like Longhorn fans. I'm going to remove the word almost. It looks like a lot of Longhorn fans were rooting for Texas to lose. Like a big portion of this fan base, it's not everybody, obviously, but a big portion of this fan base is so done with Rodney Terry that they just want this team to lose. So we are 100% guaranteed that there will be a new men's basketball coach here in Austin.
Yeah, it sounds like there will be a freak out if he plays his way into holding on to this job. If he wins a game in this SEC, gets in the tournament, wins a game, and then goes home, and they decide, well, we'll give him one more year on this contract. It looks like people will freak out.
Yeah, it's some of the tweets, like the responses to the Texas basketball victory tweet last night were like, nice win, fire Rodney Terry, or don't care, fire Rodney Terry. I mean, it feels like for some, this thing is too far gone. And I don't blame them. This team looks poorly coached.
I don't blame them because of what I saw last night. I just look at it and go, my God, that's just a part of your DNA. It should be effort. And that's a part of your coaching staff. You should get that kind of effort every time you step on the court. Yeah, if your team's not good, you can get that effort. That doesn't cost you anything right there.
You're right. And I put a lot of that on the players too. Like,
yeah. I mean, I'm looking towards the coaches, but I mean, my foot would be square in their ass for the effort that we've seen over those losing games compared to what we saw last night when it's desperation. You know, every time you take the court with your team, it should be desperation. In the SEC, every week, every time you play is desperation when your team's not that great. And it shouldn't take you this long to figure out your team's not that great.
Right. Right. That's the frustrating part. The most frustrating part is that, you needed to wait until the second to last game of the regular season to show that level of effort when at home. Man, the Georgia game hurts the most to me.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you got to protect.
Right there would beat Georgia. That effort last night would beat Georgia. That's going to beat them.
You got to protect your home floor. Like, okay, losing at Arkansas. Look, Arkansas is a good team. They went on the road and beat Vanderbilt last night. Like, okay, I guess you could deal with that. Losing on the road to South Carolina, that sucks because they're the worst team in the SEC. But it's on the road. You got to take care of your home floor. It'll be the same conversation for this Saturday's game.
Sure.
You cannot get out-efforted in front of your home crowd. And it's going to be senior night. It's going to be the last home game for a lot of these Longhorns, and I know most of these guys haven't been here for their entire Texas careers, but it's going to be the last time you get to see Trey Johnson. It's going to be the last time you get to see most of these guys. Like, there should be a good crowd. It's Texas OU. It's the last game of the year. You've got to give the fans something to cheer about. You got, like, this win last night goes completely by the wayside if you just show up with nothing on Saturday.
No, this like I said with you, I believe this is the one that can get you in the tournament right here. But it's definitely the one that will get you out of the tournament.
Yeah, if you lose, you're right back to where you were yesterday, right? I mean, we talk about the bracket matrix all the time, and this has not been updated since the win in Starkville. This is just during the day yesterday. 128 brackets on bracketmatrix.com. Texas was in 5 of them. That's how out the Longhorns were going into yesterday. So we'll see what the next round of bracketology looks like from Joe Lenardi and from everybody else out there. But, like, that's how bad it had gotten for Texas. And that also, again, goes to show you that they've got work to be done.
Yeah, and you know, with the ACC and now all of a sudden North Carolina playing, you know, North Carolina was struggling to be in it. Now they're playing. They've got like 5 or 6 straight wins and big wins where they're rolling teams. So they're playing up instead of playing, you know, average right now. So and the ACC is not as strong as it's been, but they've got a couple teams that are got to be close, you know, with the AC, with Duke and Clemson, you know, some of these teams, Virginia, that are right there on kind of the bubble themselves. But my goodness, you can't depend on those teams losing now.
Yeah, if you want Texas to make the tournament, it was not a great night outside of Stark Vegas. Obviously, the Longhorns winning helps a lot, but Arkansas went on the road and beat Vanderbilt. They're another bubble team. And obviously, Arkansas went 2-0 against Texas, so they're going to get the nod over Texas when comparing resumes. Georgia went on the road and beat South Carolina last night. You mentioned North Carolina. Yeah, they beat the brakes off of some crappy ACC team last night. You look around the country, and a lot of other bubble teams got victories as well. So, you know, again, to the point of you've got work to do. You got to be rooting for Texas, but also you got to be rooting against some of these other bubble teams. And most of those other bubble teams won. Oklahoma plays Mizzou in Norman tonight. You're rooting for Mizzou. I don't think it's very hard to root against Oklahoma. We do that all the time.
Yes.
But if you want the Horns to make the dance, then you want Oklahoma to lose that game. So some of these other teams start to eliminate themselves from tournament contention. Texas didn't get a ton of help outside of Mississippi, but they did what they needed to do. They found a way to win. And, yeah, you lose that game last night. The most wins you could have gotten in SEC play was 6. That would have meant the best record you could have had is 6-12. You're not getting in with an at-large bid if you're 6 games under 500 in your conference. We have seen teams, plural, make the dance with a 7-11 conference record. If Texas beats Oklahoma this weekend, they will be 7-11 in the SEC. Again, they might need to do something in Nashville, at least win one game in the conference tournament to feel safe, but they at least give themselves a shot if they close out the regular season on a little 2-game winning streak.
Yeah, I mean, I just, you know, I think you look at it and you say, oh, yeah, oh, good, they gutted it out. I mean, you got to have a vision for your program. I don't see much of a vision. when you have to start all over again with players again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's
If you
that shouldn't.
2 or 3 guys who are coming back, and maybe you can get the whip to them and get them cranked up, and they'll play like this every night. But guess what? No, I don't see the vision.
Take the whip to him. What are you, McDermott in
Oh
Omaha?
my
Getting these guys back to the plantation? Come on, man. What are we talking about here?
No, not even a thought in my mind like that. No, get the, as I said, put your foot in their rear ends and get them going. I mean, it's just, how has that happened this late in the season that you do that? That's just not an every night thing as a Longhorn player. I mean, I know it's a different kind of system now that, you got guys from different places coming from all different colleges. I mean, but that's just the effort is something that you give no matter who you play for, no matter where you are. You're a basketball player, you're a football player, you're a volleyball player. That's the effort that you give every time you get out there. That's why you practice your ass off and you're sweating, and when you could be somewhere else, you're there,
You're right. Like all of these players might hate RT. I don't think they do. They'll never publicly say they do, but behind closed doors, they might hate Rodney Terry, and they might not give a crap about whether or not he's back in Austin next year.
Sure.
But you don't have to play for Rodney Terry. Play for yourself. Like all of these guys, shouldn't say all of them, most of them will be gone after this year.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning they're auditioning for where they are going to be playing next year, right now. So Trey Johnson's fine. I mean, look, he's playing to move up the NBA draft, but like that guy's going to be a top 10 pick.
Sure.
He's okay. But you look at Arthur Kaluma, you look at Tremont Mark, you look at Caden Shedrick, you go down the list. These guys are like fighting to get looks from the NBA, and they are fighting to get looks from teams overseas.
Yes.
So have some, play with some pride for yourself, for your family, for your school, for that, but also like have the effort, because this is your last chance to showcase what you have at the collegiate level. You're auditioning for a job and to play basketball professionally. Like, where's the effort?
And what surprises me when you talk about the press, they brought in 2 guards, and neither one of them, one is stumbling all over the place and falling into fouls. And I'm like, no. And I asked you, there's nobody on this basketball team that got a scholarship that's a guard that came from someplace in the state of Texas that can bring the ball up the court or get the inbounds play and start an offense. I mean, I'm not asking you to score 20, but can you have somebody that starts the offense instead of giving it to the other guy? That's it. There's 2 scholarship guards, and I guess out of the 2, when you look at their history, they should be able to bring the ball up and start the offense.
Yeah, anybody should be able to bring the ball up and break a full court press. I mean, what are we doing here? Like, I would have been pissed if Texas had trouble with that in the first game of the season. That was game, 29?
Yes.
Like, it's amazing to me how lost they looked. And Julian Larry fouling out didn't help, because he's a better option with the ball in his hands than Jordan Pope is. But Julian Larry still has some serious deficiencies as a true point guard. So, yeah, I mean, they haven't figured that out, and they obviously won't figure that out. And again, Oklahoma, if I'm Porter Mosier, another coach who's saving his job or trying to save his job, I am running a full court press for all 40 minutes on Saturday and saying, all right, Julian Larry, all right, Jordan Pope, can you beat this? You couldn't beat it in Stark Vegas yesterday. Can you beat it here? It was bad. It was bad, but they found a win.
Hopefully they got on the right flight and they got back home in time so that there won't be any fatigue excuses for Saturday. Yeah, I know it's just Wednesday.
That excuse definitely won't work, because they'll have an extra day to prepare, because they played last night and OU plays tonight. So I don't want to hear anything like that from Rodney Terry if the Horns come up short against the Sooners. But they've had OU's number. They beat them on the road earlier in the season. They've owned Oklahoma on the hardwood in the last 4 or 5 years.
Yes.
So they're going to be favored.
Them there for sure.
You're right. Yeah, you're right, more luck up there, but it hasn't mattered too much where they've played. They're going to be favored. Ken Palm's got this as a Texas win. They're going to be expected to win. This is a game they should win, and it's a game they have to win.
That effort right there, they must have watched Hoosiers, in honor of Gene Hackman. They must have watched the movie Hoosiers, because that was a Hoosier effort there, Show them the film again. Show me the film again.
I don't know if I'd go that far. I'm not comparing this team to Hoosiers. I get that was a high school team, but I think I would have picked Hoosiers against
Oh,
Texas.
wow.
All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Coda text line 512-222-9328. Your thoughts on the Longhorns' overtime victory over Mississippi State. Do you even care? Are you completely checked out on this team? Are you happy they won? Are you hoping they make the tournament? Are you hoping Rodney Terry does enough to save his job? I just asked you like 15 questions. You don't have to answer all of them, but we want your thoughts.
I'm just happy they won. I'm happy they won. How's that?
Yeah, I am
Everybody's
too.
happy they won.
I am too. All right, we've got some Texas baseball get into, some Longhorn football to discuss. But before we shift gears, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, our good friends at Relax the Back, they've given me the right support that I've needed for years. And it has been always a problem with my bad back. But once I went over to Relax the Back and got in this wonderful, comfortable chair that I'm in, it gave me the comfort of my thoracic back needed after reconstructive surgery of my thoracic back. So if you have problems with your thoracic, your shoulders, your lumbar area, your hips, please call on the folks that can get it done. They've got everything that you need over there. Zero gravity chairs, of course, Tempur-Pedic mattresses and pillows, all the accessories that you need, human scale office chairs, the desk, the recliners, you name it, they've got it. And if there's somebody that's been talking to you about problems in your family or neighbors that you know, send them over to one of the great stores that they have. They've got something that will help them heal. Believe me, they do. 2 great locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Speaking of pain-free, I've got another classic grape.
You're slamming those grapes, huh?
Yeah, I had to go back to back. Went to the store yesterday, re-upped my Olipop stock because it's the best.
Absolutely, man.
And if you're giving up soda for Lent,
yes,
you could drink this instead. Because this is, I guess, technically soda, but this is actually good for you. If you haven't tried Olipop yet, you are missing out. They've got 19 different flavors, including the classic grape, which is the Buck's favorite and one of my favorites as well. Every single can of Olipop has 9 grams of fiber. Every single can of Olipop has prebiotics, plant fibers, and botanicals that help support good digestive health. Not only is this stuff not bad for you, it's actually good for you, and it's really good for your taste buds as well. You're going to enjoy every single sip of Olipop, and it's easy to find as well. Pick it up wherever you buy your groceries all around the great state of Texas. They've got it at H-E-B, Walmart, Target, Costco, Whole Foods. Wherever you shop, you could shop Olipop.
Nice.
Yes, indeed. And some love to our friends at centextickets.com as well. If you want to be in the building for Texas OU this Saturday, get your tickets. The last time you'll get to see Trey Johnson here in Austin. They've got you covered right now. Plenty of seats available at centextickets.com. Don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout. You're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase. So it's not just that game. Longhorn baseball will be here all weekend long. Of course, the women's team will host some tournament games here in the next couple of weeks. You've got Beyond Sports as well. Comedy shows, concerts, Broadway shows, festivals, any live event coming to Austin or really coming anywhere in the state of Texas. They've got tickets for you online at centextickets.com.
Love them.
All right, where do you want to go next? We got Texas baseball, or do you want to talk about Arch Manning's newest NIL deal?
Let's get that NIL deal going.
All right, I believe we have the second confirmed NIL agreement for Texas quarterback Arch Manning. And Buck, I've always been an Arch fan, right?
Yes.
I've always been excited about the future of Texas football with Arch Manning under center. And I've never really questioned his game. I've never really questioned his mind. Now I have zero questions about Arch Manning because of this NIL deal. The faith that I now have in the Texas quarterback is more than it's ever been. And I think I have more faith in Arch Manning than I've ever had in a Longhorn quarterback. Let's take a look at this new NIL deal and the new commercial that Arch dropped with his dad and his grandpa yesterday.
Dad, what do you think the name of this driver is?
I don't see a driver.
Arch, do you Uber to class? Because I noticed you get a lot of parking tickets. So you must be driving somewhere.
Tickets are brutal around campus, so I think Uber is the way to go. I've just spent a couple bucks, but it drives a lot better than Arch did last night coming from the airport. That was the worst.
I missed like 3 turns.
How does Waymo know we're at a red light?
Yeah, I thought you told it.
Dad, did you have a computer in college?
I did not hear.
Did you have a cell phone?
Of course not.
How old were you when you got a cell phone?
Probably 65.
Dad, you can go to class with him if you want. You want to go to class with him?
Oh, look, we've arrived.
Now have a great day, son.
Have a good day, Clay.
Yeah, thanks for the ride, fellas. Hopefully no one sees
All
us.
right,
Give us a big hug.
Bye, boss.
Oh, yes.
Bring it in.
Waymo, thanks for the ride. Appreciate it. Hope to see you soon.
All right, you got me in my seatbelt. You got to get me out.
Pretty good, big guy. Appreciate it, Waymo.
So Arch Manning has a new NIL deal with Uber, and it's to promote the self-driving taxi service known as Waymo.
Waymo better?
Well, that's what I took a couple weeks ago. Remember, we talked about that on the show.
You actually took that? I thought you just said you saw one.
No, I took one of those a few weeks ago downtown.
What the hell's wrong with you?
What do you mean, what the hell's wrong with me? It's
Is
the
it
future.
Waymo better?
It's Waymo better than some of the drivers we have in this city. Are you kidding me? So Arch Manning, again, I've got a lot of faith in him. I've got more faith in him now because he is a true believer of the self-driving car.
Good
Smart
for
man.
him.
Yeah, I'm sure he's getting a lot of money to believe in that. That helps.
I don't think it's Waymo better for me.
You haven't tried it yet. How can you say that?
Still not. I'm not getting in it to try it.
Why not? Archie Manning did. He's older than you.
Yeah, I got a lot of living to do. I'm not ready for that. I'm not ready to have. I need to look at the back of somebody's head. Sorry.
You
Maybe
trust.
if I can put a jelly cat in there, the head of that turtle on there and just go.
Sure, I'm sure you could put a jelly cat in there.
Oh my goodness.
I don't think Waymo would care, and I think our friends at Sue Patrick would like that.
That'd be kind of cool. Put that big penguin. Remember that big penguin?
Yeah, that would work. Although maybe it wouldn't work because the one time I took a Waymo, they had the driver's seat belt locked in, and they had a big sign that said, "Please do not touch the steering wheel. Please do not sit in the driver's seat." So they don't want anybody.
Are you a passenger that has to be in the back? There is no other passenger seat beside that?
No, they got one in the front. I sat shotgun. You just can't sit in the driver's seat itself. But for the sake of that commercial, they wanted everybody on camera, so they put Archie, and Cooper all sitting next to each other, and those were the 3 voices you heard if you were tuned in on the TSU app this morning. But yeah, they're cracking jokes, they're having some fun, and they're making fun of Arch not being a great driver. And well, it's fitting because Arch Manning lives in Austin, and this city is filled with not so great drivers.
And he doesn't need to be driving.
That's why Waymo is the way to go.
That's right.
They're not even paying me. They're paying the Mannings. They ain't paying me to say that. But as the biggest proponent of self-driving vehicles in the Texas media sphere, I am very excited to see that Arch Manning has joined my side with this.
Good for you and Arch.
Yeah, well, it'd be good for everybody because the roads would be a hell of a lot safer if people were willing to be a little less selfish.
I would agree with that. If we can get more of them off and me back on, everything would be great.
No, see, that's selfish. That's the problem. Everybody has that mindset. Oh, I'm such a good driver. Like, I'm better than the machines at this. I won't ever get into a wreck. And then, boom, look at all the car crashes you see every single day.
All you're trying to do is get your way onto the side of the machines. That's the reason you're doing that. You're trying to go ahead and coerce with those people or those machines so that you can be ready when the time comes. When you can jump ship.
That's part of it too. But turn on the news. How many car wrecks do you hear about every single day on the news? You get stuck in traffic all the time because someone is texting or someone just can't drive.
Or somebody's doing their makeup.
Someone's doing their makeup, right? Someone is touching themselves. I don't know what they're doing behind the wheel these days. But it ain't safe on these streets.
Ain't doing it.
Nah, it ain't safe on these streets, man. Like, I'm a guy who's gotten in one wreck in my life, and it wasn't my fault. I've never gotten in a wreck that I've caused in my entire life. And I'm like, I don't care that I'm a good driver. I want the machines on the road. You got people who have been in 5 or 6 wrecks who are like, I'm never giving up my power. I'm never letting the computers take over. Give me a break.
Waymo is better. Waymo better.
Waymo better. So that's the second known NIL deal for Arch Manning. And they've been huge brands. You've got Red Bull. Now you've got Uber. So, that guy's had his pick of the litter when it comes to these endorsements.
Oh, yeah. He can turn them down and say, no, that's not, I don't believe in that.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I think the Red Bull is a straight out money deal, because I can't imagine that guy pouring down a bunch of Red Bull.
Yeah, I can't either.
That's just that when he got that, I said that's money, and that's okay. That's okay if that's about the money. That's fine, because I can't see him before he goes out and plays a game slamming 3 or 4 Red Bull. That's just doesn't seem like the way to go. I
don't think Torrey Becton is recommending that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe before class, right? A little energy drink to get you out of bed during a weekday. But, on game day, I would think Arch Manning is staying very far away from the Red Bulls.
Yeah, I would say so.
And look, Arch Manning's still going to drive. I don't think he sold his car. Now every ride he takes is going to be with a Waymo. You can't buy a Waymo. It's like Uber. So you just have an app. You can haul one from wherever you are.
Now, less money for those?
Yeah, a little bit cheaper than an actual Uber or Lyft, because you don't have to pay the driver. Not that those drivers are making a ton, but they are making something. With Waymo, there's no driver that needs to make anything.
What's freaky about being in it? Something's got to be freaks you out when you're in there.
Well,
anything?
It's weird. Like, if you've never done it, it's very freaky, because you just see the steering wheel turning. There's no one turning it. There's no one driving the car. It's just driving itself. So, yeah, you've never experienced that. It's very freaky. But I'm a believer, man. I'm in on this. I want the roads to be safe. I don't want people to die in car wrecks. Sue me.
There you go. I'm glad you're about the people.
I'm always about the people, man.
That's good. And that's good. That's good for the people.
Probably
keeping you off the road is good for the people too.
Again, I have never gotten in a wreck that was my fault. So I trust myself on the road. I do not text and drive ever. I'm confident that I'm a better driver than most, but even saying that, I am not a better driver than the machines. You and I need to get in one of those things together. Let you experience it firsthand.
Can you light up a doobie inside of one of those?
I guess.
Or does Waymo say, hey, put that out?
Well, you can't light up a doobie anywhere legally, even if it's your car.
Oh, really? Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So, I don't think it's lawless inside the back of a Waymo, but I don't know if the ride's going to stop. I don't know if it's smart enough to smell that you're smoking weed and be like, oh, that's it.
Get out.
You're done.
Hey, stop right here. Get out.
I've always wondered too, because look, a lot of drunks take ride shares, right?
Sure. And that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's the right thing to do, right? Don't drink and drive, but sometimes drunks get too drunk. Sometimes drunks who are too drunk throw up in the Uber or Lyft. And when you do that in an Uber or Lyft, the person kicks you out and it charges you $100 to pay for the cleaning fee. Yeah, exactly. You got to pay for the driver to get his or her car cleaned. What happens in the Waymo? Can the Waymo sense that you yacked? Or does it just keep driving around and picking up people?
Plastic bags with your Waymo.
Oh, you think they got the barf bags in there?
Probably.
I didn't see one when I took it.
Waymo wouldn't know if there was a dead lady in there.
Could be a dead lady in there, right? Yeah. Well, apparently Qatar Airlines didn't really know either. So, yeah. So there it is. Arch Manning, new NIL deal. Congrats to him. Uber's got a crap ton of money, so that's got to be a big-time deal for him. And Cooper and Archie were in the commercial as well. So
everybody's getting paid. That's a family payday.
That's a family payday right there for the Mannings. But smart people, that Manning family, moving over to the self-driving car game. Tip of the cap to them.
And so there's no tip involved there. There's not a tip jar on the other side of where the steering wheel is that you drop a tip in there and just move. they'll get you on your card eventually.
No, I mean, you have your credit card.
You want to tip them, you tip them with your credit card.
Well, there's no tip. That's another good thing, right? Like when it's an Uber and a Lyft, you don't have to tip, but as soon as your ride is done, a message pops up on your phone that's like, how much do you want to tip your driver?
Tip this.
Yeah, plenty of people say tip this, I'm sure. I don't know what they do after that. I'm not sure what I want to know what they do after that. But yeah, who do you tip with the Waymo? There's nothing to tip. You just pay for the ride. It's cheaper than an Uber or Lyft. You don't have to worry about tipping, and you're on your merry way.
I just stick a jar beside them, and some homeless dude will pick up the tips later on that night. Call
I was going to
Waymo.
say, look, if you want to leave money in the Waymo before me, then I will take that Waymo and grab that money, and that'll be the tip for me. Thank you very much.
Tipping me for getting in the Waymo.
I appreciate that.
Nice.
All right. Nice win for Texas baseball last night. They take care of A&M Corpus Christi, 15-5, the final score at the Dish. That is 50 runs scored in the last 4 games for this Texas baseball team. They were actually down 5-4 at one point last night. They had a horrible top of the 4th inning. Bad error by Easton Winfield in left field. He just dropped the ball with 2 outs that would have ended an inning. And A&M Corpus ends up putting up 5 runs. So Texas was up 4-0 going into the top half of the 4th. 5 unearned runs for the Islanders. They have a lead, but Texas responds. They score 7 in the bottom of the 4th inning. It's the 6th time this year the Longhorns have scored 7 or more runs in an inning. Will Gasparino had the big blow in the bottom of the 4th with a 3-run opposite field homer, and the Texas offense just went to work after that. 15 runs on 15 hits, and the Longhorns win their 10th straight game in pretty impressive fashion.
Yeah, I mean, we got the right coach. We gave the Aggies the worst of the coaching for sure.
God.
Because they are hump right now, aren't they?
The Aggies are getting humped.
Yeah.
Right now. And last night it was by the UTSA Roadrunner came in and humped the Aggie faithful at Olsen Field at Bluebell Park.
Come on, that doesn't happen.
They've lost to Cal Poly. They've lost to Texas State. Now they lose to UTSA. And the Aggies, who started the year as the #1 team in the country in every poll, are now 6-5 on the season.
Wow.
Yeah, they were ranked 14 in this week's poll that came out on Monday. They're going to be ranked lower. They shouldn't be ranked at all. They're only ranked 14th because they started the year #1, and that's how these polls work. But if you're just looking at body of work in 2025, A&M has no business being in the top 25. They're barely over 500 right now. It's early, but it's still a schloss, Buck. There's your double pun for you Texas baseball fans out there.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, A&M is not good right now. And Oklahoma got run ruled by Dallas Baptist last night, which, look, Dallas Baptist is a top 25 team. They're a great program up there, and they have been for a while. But OU was undefeated going into yesterday. They were ranked 1 spot ahead of Texas in D1 baseball's poll. And not only do they suffer their first loss of the year, they lose 11-0 and get run ruled in Dallas last night. So, yeah, fun.
Good job, T-ballers.
I know. Midweek games, man, they could get you. So far, Texas is 2-0. They've taken care of Incarnate Word and A&M Corpus. But if you're not on your P's and Q's, you can lose a Tuesday or Wednesday night game. Thankfully, that is not the case for Texas. It has been the case for A&M and Oklahoma. But, a frustrating moment in the game last night, Buck. Going back to something you and I talked about before the start of the season. Rylan Galvan, who's been red hot for the Horns, he hit 2 homers last night. One of them hit off the Dick's Sporting Goods sign in right field.
Right off the Dick?
Well, that replaced the old taco joint hit it here sign. So if they didn't change sponsors, everybody who attended that game would have gotten free tacos. But instead,
gift card from Dick's? No gift card?
I didn't say gift card. I think you're just getting a dick.
Wow.
I don't know if you get to choose where that dick is coming from. And it is Dick's. The sign does say Dick, so it might be plural that you've got to get.
Wow.
And for some, that's great. That's a big time giveaway. That might be better than some tacos. But for others, say a prayer to those who attended Texas A&M Corpus last night because, they got dicks coming their way. At least they're free.
Yeah, it's not going to cost you a thing.
No,
Free dicks.
There were 2 homers that were close. I know Galvan's hit, but one of them, and they got close. And, I don't know, man. That's a tough scene. They didn't show it on the broadcast if they were giving out the dicks during the game. I assume that's a day after bit. But, thoughts and prayers to those who are negatively affected, and congrats to those who are positively impacted by the sign change from Taco Shack. I think I said Taco Joint. I meant to say Taco Shack. I beg your pardon. The sign change from Taco Shack to Dick's Sporting Goods.
Nice.
Ethan Mendoza hit a home run last night, Buck. Jason Flores was solid on the mound. I mean, Texas only gave up 3 hits.
Scoring a lot of runs, though.
Yeah, they're scoring a lot of runs. Too many walks, too many hit batters. Jason Flores hit 3 guys on the mound for Texas. They walked in a couple of runs. Again, 2 more errors for Texas, but the Winfield drop was really costly and really bad.
What was the wind? Was the wind blowing? Was it doing all that stuff last night?
The wind was crazy. That definitely contributed to the amount of home runs that Texas hit. It was very helpful, and it was swirling. So I'm sure that impacted Winfield's drop and left, but still a play that the ball was in his glove. He's got to make that catch, and he'll be the first to admit that he's got to make that catch. So, yeah, that's the biggest problem with this Texas team right now. Their defense is not very good. They had 4 errors in the game against Texas Tech this past Saturday. I think they had an error in every game that they played in Vegas. They had 2 more last night, so you can't just say, they're not used to it.
Out.
Yeah. It won't cost you in these games, but when you get to SEC play, you're going to be playing games that are a lot closer than 15-5. It might cost you. So 1 more non-conference series left, 4 more non-conference games before the Longhorns head to Mississippi State. Speaking of Mississippi State, that'll be the SEC opening series next weekend in Starkville, but the Longhorn baseball team is back at it on Friday. 3-game series against Santa Clara here at the Dish. And Buck, you were telling me before the show, should be a gorgeous weekend here in Central Texas.
Oh, yeah, it should. The temperatures will start to rise. It'll be cool. It's kind of cool today, but temperatures will start to peak up a little bit towards the weekend. So should be a nice weekend for baseball for sure.
Yeah, hopefully the Longhorns can keep it rolling. That is 10 straight wins for Texas.
That's a great start.
Yeah, the Horns now 10-1, and it's like I don't think anybody is still thinking too much about that season opening loss to Louisville, but man, they've come a long way since that season opening loss to Louisville, in which they had that game in the bag and just choked it away in the 9th and 10th innings. Since then, the Longhorns have been perfect. 10 straight wins, 10-1 on the year. They responded in a big-time way, and they're playing some damn good baseball right now, and they're beating the teams they're supposed to beat, which a lot of teams across the country can't say that right now.
Yeah, and as we said yesterday, when we talked to Mark, it's just you got to fix your defense, and sometimes it takes a little bit of time, before you get the right guys. And, you haven't been out there in that field, and you get a night like last night with the winds blowing, swirling all over the place. You can have some things happen to you, but you have to straighten that out now. These are the next couple of games. This is the time.
Yeah, get it right. And the good news, Mark
you
brought
walk
this
guys, and you can't hit guys.
Yeah, that's a problem. And look, it's a Tuesday game. I think Jason Flores kind of proved that he's not quite ready for the weekend just yet. Now, it's a very small sample size. He's only pitched 2 games in his Texas career. And one of those games last Tuesday against Incarnate Word was really good, but he's still not quite there yet. Doesn't have the command of the pitches that you want him to have. And again, he hit 3 batters in 3 2/3 last night. That's not going to fly against better teams than A&M Corpus Christi. So I think he proved that. And you could chalk some of the guys who pitched last night to just, it's a midweek game. You're not throwing your best pitchers. But yeah, I mean, that was an issue in Vegas too. And you want to make sure you're not putting guys on for free. Make them earn it. And that's what Max Weiner is all about, the pitching coach. He's all about throwing strikes. And Texas has done a better job of that this year than last year for the most part. But last night, not a good example of that. And again, SEC play, you can't be giving guys free passes. Like that's how you give up those crooked number innings. That's how games start to get out of hand. And these teams that you're about to be playing are just too damn good to give them free outs on defense and obviously free passes on offense.
Just keep scoring those runs, though. Got to score those runs.
Yeah, you keep putting up double-digit runs every game. That's now 4 straight games. Texas has eclipsed 10. You keep doing that, then it might not matter if you're giving up walks or hit batters or errors on defense. You might be able to just outslug everybody, which that's fun.
So far, so good in that.
Yeah, I'm cool with small ball, but it's a lot cooler when you can hit like 5 or 6 bombs every single night. I'll take that, please. So Texas gets the win over A&M Corpus. All right, we'll shift gears here. We've got a couple of fun stories to get to, so we'll do one of them in the 7 o'clock hour and one of them in the 8 o'clock hour. But before we show you Florida Kid.
Florida Kid?
Yeah, you've heard of Florida Man, you've heard of Florida Women. Now we have Florida Kid.
Amazing.
Before we get to that, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits located at 4601 Southwest Parkway. Folks, if you're having that big party, please call on these dudes. They can get it done. Believe me, they're wholesale liquor distributors, and they've got all the different brands that you need right there at the store at 4601 Southwest Parkway. But if you're having that big office party, big neighborhood party, they'll deliver to you. And they've got one thing for sure, plenty of Allstat beer. I noticed over there the other day, the Allstat truck just rolling in there, bringing in them all the different flavors too, BK. And it's all located at 4601 Southwest Parkway. Small needs, big needs, they cover them all.
Absolutely. Speaking of Allstat beer, how about a trip to the Allstat Brewery?
Now you're talking.
Yeah, look, the weather's going to be gorgeous. You could go to the brewery and still catch some Texas baseball and some Texas basketball here in Austin. But if you're looking for something to do in the springtime in Central Texas, make the short drive to the Allstat Brewery. It's right in the heart of the beautiful Central Texas Hill Country. The place is massive, and there is so much to do. I always call it the perfect day trip for the beer drinkers in your life. They've got an outdoor beer garden. They've got a German-style restaurant serving up all sorts of European cuisine. They've got a former Michelin star chef manning the kitchen as well, so you're getting some real good stuff. I don't know what tires has to do with this, but apparently Michelin is very good. You get to see how the great beer is made. You get plenty of samples of all of the great Allstat beers. They've got live music going on every weekend. You could sit inside. You could sit outside. It's a great time. I'm telling you, if you've never been to the Allstat Brewery, you are missing out. Took the fam there a few months ago. Everybody had a great time, and you will too. If you're planning a trip to Fredericksburg, make sure the Allstat Brewery is a part of that trip. Or if you just want to go to the Allstat Brewery, you could spend enough time there. Hell, you can make a full day of just that. But get out there, go see them soon. I promise it's a trip that you will not regret taking. And of course, Allstat is a beer that you will not regret drinking. That's why their slogan is no impurities, no regrets.
Love it.
Shout out to them, and a quick shout out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes.
Oh yeah, man. I need that space done. I got to talk to Mike about the space that I have just behind my house there. I'd like to have a little patio, for stargazing.
There we go.
Just sitting back there and just checking out the stars. The stars at night shine big and bright deep in the heart of Texas. I need that. I wouldn't have seen anything last night with the dust, that's for sure.
No, well,
but I need to have that spot out back, and I'm sure they can make me a little area out back. I don't need the grill, but they can get me a spot that I really would enjoy in the evenings.
They got you covered, man. And yeah, where you're at, more often than not, you could see the stars at night.
For sure.
So getting that set up, that's a good bit. I like that. They'll take care of you. They just took care of Rodney's bathroom, just remodeled the master bathroom at the Rodriguez compound. They can do the same for you. It's not just us. They've been hooking up Central Texans for 40 years. New kitchen, new bathroom, new life to your outdoor space. Anything you want done to your home, our friends at McCall Custom Homes, they've got your back. They are custom home builders and renovators. And again, they've been here in Central Texas for 40 plus years. So they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly, truly special. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their 5-star reviews online and then go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. You can look at the gallery of projects they've done over the last 40 years, get some ideas for your home, and then reach out to them. Or you could call or text our buddy Mike, 512-633-9580. Make sure you tell him you heard about it on Texas Sports Unfiltered. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. All right, Florida Kid. This is good stuff right here. This is a little callback to a story that we talked about months ago, and a story that gets brought up quite frequently on this TSU morning program. So we talk about midweek baseball games. Texas had one last night. They took care of business. Number 7, Florida had a midweek game last night. They did not take care of business. They lost at UCF. Now, UCF, a Big 12 team, decent program, whatever. But UCF beat the brakes off of Florida last night in Orlando.
Sorry, Gator man.
That's not the story here, though. We've got a still shot from the telecast on ESPN Plus. Take a look at what we've got here, my friend.
What? This is how Florida man starts out right here.
Will you describe what you were seeing to the folks listening on the app?
It looks like a kid with a Miller Lite headed back to his seat, coming from the concession stands with a Miller Lite can.
That's,
Really?
that's exactly what you're seeing.
How the hell did he get in line? Although he does have an orange drink too. He's
Well,
got
that's
an
for
orange
mom.
drink.
Yeah, the Fanta's for mom because she's driving home.
Yeah.
But the kid
kid's
ain't driving, so the kid can house that Miller Lite.
That's a big, tall boy.
How about that? How old do you think this kid is? Like 8, 9?
Maybe 8.
And he is walking down the stairs at UCF's ballpark. This is impressive, by the way, because he's got a hot dog in one hand. He's got a Miller Lite in the other hand, and then he's got that orange Fanta drink tucked inside his right arm. So he's holding 3 things. I didn't know kids at that age knew how to do this. But look at that. He's got a dog and beer at the ball game. Florida
Stood
kid.
in the line and got that beer, stayed there for the entire time until they gave him the beer.
That is incredible, man. They just served him? They didn't even ID the kid, or is this fake that good?
He couldn't get to his wallet. He said, listen, I'm 21, not a problem.
Yeah. Now,
And they said, it doesn't matter. You're in Florida. It doesn't matter. You don't have to tell us your age.
Hey, put it on that guy's tab, all right?
Wow.
That's oh, dude, if I saw this kid in line and he ordered a beer, I'm like, yeah, I'll pay for it. I got him. It's probably very illegal on my part, but dude, if I saw some 8-year-old.
I'm not paying for that orange Fanta, but I'll pay for that brewski there.
Yeah, you got the hot dog, or use your mom's credit card for the dog and the Fanta, but you're drinking this beer, kid. That's all you. I got you.
Man.
Look at that. So now.
That's how you start out. That's how you become Florida man right there. You start out as Florida kid.
Oh, raise them right. You know what they say? You can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning, and you can't drink all life if you don't start as a kid.
That's true.
Those are the 2 most famous Socrates quotes, I believe.
Man.
So now I ask you, Buck, who did it better? Florida kid or our great friend from DKR?
Oh, the DK. No, because I'm getting a shot at her. She's getting every bit of the fluid out of that can. She's not leaving anything behind. I'm surprised she didn't have a straw with that, but she brought that bad boy up to her. Look at it, still tilting it back. I'm getting every bit of this.
Enjoying every sip.
I'm still not buying it. That's booze for that little girl.
What else would it be? That's a beer can. It's clear as day, and it's in a koozie.
That's Texas, girl. We don't do that. We don't do that up in here.
No, we raise them right here. Texas and Florida. That's what we're due.
Where do you think she's from? Where do you think you think she's from Dripping?
I would guess this girl was born in Jacksonville.
And came to Texas?
Yeah, there's got to be some Florida genes in this, right? I mean, this one's obviously better because we get a video of the girl actually drinking. The picture is just a picture of a kid holding a beer. So I'm pretty convinced the beer was for that kid, but we don't know for sure. This one, we know for sure that little girl, who's younger than the kid, by the way, this girl looks like she's 4.
Yeah.
She is just housing that Michelob Ultra.
This could be a commercial right here with the kid coming down right here for sure.
I'll tell you what, man. They always say 21 means 21 in those commercials. This kid looks pretty cool.
Got his ball cap on. He's got 3 things. I mean, he's holding everything. He's got him in everything except for in his other armpit. He may have something in that armpit with that light beer too. I don't know.
You might have a second beer in there.
Yes.
Like, I wasn't this cool as an 8-year-old. I wish I was. Maybe I should have drank.
I would have got the shit smacked out of me if I'd have gone up there and come back with a beer. I'd have got faced. All right.
Did your parents drink?
My mom ended up being an alcoholic, but I never knew my mom to drink until I went away to college. I didn't know she drank anything. But my old man could down them with the best of them.
I was gonna say, like, that would have been your excuse, right? It's like, oh, Dad, I got you this. Like,
No,
that's
my
not
old
for me.
man-
I got you a beer.
When I was 5th grade, I used to go to Kroger's in North Carolina and pick up smokes for my old man, 27 cents a pack. I would go there, 27 cents. I still remember when they were 27 cents a pack. And I would say, these are for my dad. And then the store clerk would say, okay, they better get to your old man. There better not be anything missing because, you know, when your old man comes up here to the store, I'll be talking to him because everybody knew everybody. So
that was all it took, huh? They didn't ID you or anything. It's like, oh,
No,
I promise
they
this is
just- they
going to
just
my
knew-
pops.
yeah, they're going back to my pops and they, you know, you'd get found out anyway. So, but no, I never got sent for, no.
This is great, dude. This is great. And by the way, pro move because, you know, sometimes the hot dog beer combo can get to you a little bit. So to wash it down with the orange Fanta, that's
Yes.
it's quality stuff. And look, it's a midweek game. Sometimes you get some beer discounts. Maybe this is like $2 beer night at the UCF game.
Maybe they told him that at the counter. Hey, you want a beer, kid? This is a great price.
And it's Mardi Gras.
Hell yeah.
No laws during Mardi Gras.
Bad Tuesday for the kid.
And let me tell you, look at the very bottom of that picture. Is that a tattoo on that kid's right arm? What is this is the greatest kid ever. I didn't think I wanted a kid, but if you're telling me he's gonna have a tattoo and be pounding beer at the age of 8, I might change my mind on that.
Look at this. You may have a couple of them.
Oh, maybe that is mine.
Maybe that is your kid down there in Florida.
You gotta get Maury Povich on the scene.
Wow.
There you
No,
go.
the Texas girl is still better.
Yeah, she's still the winner. We'll show it one more time. I mean, we're going to end up showing this a lot. I had deleted it for some reason, but now we've got it back in our system so we can
I mean,
play this.
She tilts it up. She looks back in the can. There's still some more in there.
Yeah, that's 2 chugs.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, let's watch the game. Oh, still a timeout. All right, let's have another one here. And now I'm taking. Oh, let that previous sip settle. Here we go.
She's screaming for Arch. Get Arch in the game.
He's probably yelling during every play. One of those. Good stuff. All right, that was fun.
All right.
Kid.
I see that Saquon Barkley has he got paid again.
Yeah, we've got plenty of NFL to get into. We could start with that. Saquon Barkley reportedly has himself a new contract with the Philadelphia Eagles that will make him the highest paid running back in NFL history, Buck.
Yeah, you knew that was coming.
2 years, $41.6 million.
36.
36.
First running back to hit the $20 million mark.
He is first running back in league history to get to 20 mil per year. How about 36 mil in guaranteed money? And by the way, he's got some incentives he can hit that will give him more than that 41.6 million as well.
He'll get to him, and if it's for rushing, believe me, he'll hit him.
Yeah, if he rushes like he did last year, then he will absolutely hit them. Coming off one of the best seasons a running back has ever had, 2,504 yards over the regular season and postseason, which broke Terrell Davis's single season record. Obviously helped the Eagles win their second Super Bowl in franchise history, and he gets a nice payday as a reward for, well, everything he did. He was the offensive player of the year in the NFL this season. He was awesome. What a signing by Philly. Obviously, it got them back to the top of the mountaintop, and you know, they're paying Saquon for it.
Yes, they are.
And you can do that when you're a good team, and you know what you're doing as a front office.
Yeah, I look at Ashton Genty as a guy that's, you know, physically built like Saquon, maybe not as fast because Saquon's the fastest thing I've ever seen in the snow and on turf and in the grass and in the mud. Nobody's faster than that dude. But Genty is obviously, you know, there's a set salary amount for like running backs, and it's pretty set. But that dude is, you got to take a chance on him, BK, if he's there. If you need a running back, don't mess around. Don't take a third rounder if he's there. And if that's what your team needs, and he can make a difference, he's a difference maker, go ahead and go make the difference right there, I believe.
Well,
I don't think he's going to be around for 12 for the Cowboys anymore.
Really?
I don't think so. I think somebody will suck him up. Stupid Raiders may do something.
Well, let me ask you
They
this.
just had a running back that they just let walk out the door.
Yeah, and it didn't really work for them because they couldn't run the ball. They couldn't do anything this past season. Well, if you're the Cowboys, would you consider trading up to go get Ashton Genty?
I don't know how far I want to go. Now I'm like you. I'm being very careful on that.
Well, I'm not even drafting a running back at 12. There's no
Right.
way in hell I'm considering giving up assets to go get a running back. That's, I think, ludicrous. That is acting a fool right there, ludicrous.
But you know, at 12, if he's there and you got it, you're not going to get mad at him now for passing him up.
It wouldn't be my first choice. The Cowboys could do worse. I mean,
Yeah,
I'd rather
okay.
him than another defensive lineman out of Michigan. I don't care how good Kenneth Grant or Mason Graham looks. Don't take another defensive lineman out of Michigan.
Yeah, they got beat. We saw what they were like playing them.
I don't like. There are people who are like, oh, it's different players. You can't just look. No, it's not working. You've tried it twice. It didn't work. Hell, you've drafted 3 players out of Michigan with top 2-round picks in the last 5 years, and they've all sucked.
Don't
draft anybody from the cheaters, please.
No.
Can't have it. That's high praise, you comparing Ashton Genty to Saquon. I mean, their body types aren't even close. Like I will push back at you at that. I mean, at the combine, Saquon was 6 feet 233. Ashton Genty's 5'8", 211. There's no body type similarities.
Did you say 233?
233. And that was at the combine. He might be bigger than that now because he's put on muscle since getting into the league.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's a lot bigger than Genty was, but like Genty runs hard. He's a great player in college. Saquon went number 2 overall. I don't think Genty is going to go that high.
No.
But clearly, I mean, he was the Heisman runner-up this past season. A lot of folks thought he should have won the award, and he's going to be a top half of the first-round pick more than likely, and that's harder to do now than it was when Saquon was coming out.
Well, the one thing that the 2 things that I said, yes, I'll take Saquon at the time that he went. I think he's the best player in the draft. You got to take him. I was at that combine when he was doing all his stuff and lifting and running. I thought he was fabulous, and everybody was like, "No, you can't do this with a running back." And I said, "You got to do it with this guy. It's gonna hurt somebody at some point," and it has. But I also said that the kid from Texas A&M, the wide receiver, was never going to be a great one, and he's a Hall of Famer. So,
well, I'm sorry to do this. I can't give you credit for saying Saquon was going to be a good draft pick because he didn't do shit for the Giants.
No, I said he's going to be a great player.
Okay.
I mean, in the long run, he's going to be great somewhere.
Like taking Saquon at 2 ended up being a really bad move for the Giants because it's not his fault. It just they couldn't get the quarterback. They should have taken a quarterback.
But he's a great player.
Oh yeah, he's a Hall of Famer. He's a stud. So you got that one right in terms of that. But yeah, Mike Evans.
Mike Evans, I didn't know if he would ever have that kind of speed. And what is he? That guy is a Hall of Famer immediately. I mean, that's how good he is.
Yeah, we all miss. I mean, I thought Chase Young was going to be a Hall of Famer coming out of Ohio State. That was one that I'd really missed on a few years ago. And that guy, he just doesn't care. He gives 0 effort anywhere he goes. And he's been a total flop in the league. He's on like his 3rd team. So you ain't alone. It's hard. And people who are better at this stuff than we are miss all the time. So that's part of the deal. When you make predictions, especially when it comes to the NFL draft, you are going to miss a lot. And but Saquon, I mean, what a move by the Eagles. Obviously, keep them happy. And the salary cap has gone up so much in the NFL.
Yes.
Like they announced 2 or 3 weeks ago what the cap was going to be in 2025. And it blew away the projections. So teams have been like making all of their moves based on what they thought the cap would look like and how much money they thought they'd have. Roger Goodell basically told them, no, you guys actually have $20 million more than any of us thought. So congratulations. Go spend it. And the Eagles are spending that to keep Saquon happy.
Yeah, they're also going to keep their offensive line happy somehow too, because they know what kind of difference he makes. So they're going to find ways to keep that offensive line as one of the best offensive line in football, period.
No, they have to. And that's a huge part of it because the Giants didn't have that and they didn't have the quarterback. So the Eagles already paid their quarterback. I think most of their offensive linemen are under contract for at least 1 more year. But you're right. Like Saquon can't do it on his own. As good as he is, you got to make sure you've got talent around him. And the Eagles had that last year, and I assume they'll have it again next
Yeah,
year.
by the way, you're right. Don't take any more Michigan guys, including tight ends. Keep Shoemaker or Spoonmaker or whatever that. Keep all of those players.
I call him Luke Shitmaker because that's what he makes.
Oh, my God. Keep all of them.
I'm telling you, man, the cheaters. Like anybody who was on that cheating team 2 years ago, I don't want any part of it. I don't really want any part of anybody from Michigan right now. It's just a curse for the Cowboys, it feels like. Oh,
Well, I'm going to have a Michigan quarterback with my Minnesota Vikings. That's going to happen.
Oh, look, plenty of Michigan players have had success around the league, just not with the Cowboys.
Right.
So other teams have been able to draft Wolverines and be perfectly fine, but not so much Dallas in the last few seasons. I mean, Jordan Lewis has been okay for them. He's been pretty solid for them. But the last 3 times the Cowboys have spent a premium pick on a Michigan man, it has been Michigan mush. All right, speaking of the Cowboys, by the way, they did what I wanted them to do. They actually had a pretty good day of business yesterday, and it's weird to say that. But the biggest move Dallas made, they re-signed Osa Odigizua to a long-term contract. They were able to get it done before the franchise tag deadline. It's a 4-year, $80 million deal. It's about where I expected it to be. I honestly think Osa could have gotten a little bit more money from somebody else if you wanted to test the market. So I don't think this is an overpay or anything like that for Dallas. But it goes to show you, Buck, that it pays to get in front of this. Like the Cowboys never do this. They always wait until the last possible second to re-sign their players. They actually make a move early in the offseason, and I think they saved themselves a few $1 million because of it.
Yes.
So I love him. I mean, he's one of the best pass rushing defensive tackles in football. We ran down some of the stats yesterday, but real quick, he was 3rd in pressures amongst DTs in the league, and he is now the 14th highest paid defensive tackle in the league. So top 3 against the pass, 14th highest paid. I think that's a pretty good deal that the Cowboys
made. Deal.
Yeah. And then also the Cowboys restructured CeeDee Lamb's contract, which will free up more than $20 million in cap space for them to spend this offseason.
Yeah, there's a couple of different holes they can fill with that money.
Yeah. So that's it. Like I like the selectively aggressive
moves by the Cowboys.
It's better than the all-in BS that we were spoon-fed last year. They ripped
no more of that.
No. Already, like they haven't even signed an external free agent, but those 2 moves alone have made this a better personnel offseason than what the Cowboys had last year. It's crazy.
In the whole year. How about that?
Yeah, we'll just do stuff early. Like it's not that hard. Everybody else does it. Everybody else
to make room for Micah Parsons. That's what they're trying to do.
Sure, do that early too.
I agree with that. That doesn't make any sense to be playing around with that. That's like a no-brainer. Why would you even mess with that?
I agree. There are some people who think the Cowboys should trade Micah Parsons. I think that's insane because you trade Micah Parsons, well, you're looking for another Micah Parsons. Why would you get rid of a guy in his mid-20s who is like just entering the prime of his career and has already proven to be one of the best players in the game?
And then go look for another one.
Yeah, and then like hope one of the draft picks you get from him helps get you another one. That makes sense. So, yeah, pay Micah Parsons. The longer you wait, the more it's going to cost. You would have thought the Cowboys learned that 5 years ago. They didn't. Maybe they're learning it right now. I guess better late than never, huh?
Does that mean Steven's taking more in charge right now?
Well, he's been more in charge in the last few years. I don't know who. Maybe they're looking at Twitter. Maybe they're listening to the fans.
Could be. That's what Jerry will come to the podium and say. I've been listening to you people.
Oh, it's our fault. Yep. It's our fault he extended Zeke and gave him that huge contract. It's our fault that he did everything wrong. When he does it right, he wants all the credit. But if he does it wrong, it's you guys said you want it. Such a loser. I feel like a loser rooting for that team from time to time.
No way.
But I like what the Cowboys are doing.
Hey, I won't have Sam Darnold back. Bye, Sam.
Yeah, no franchise tag for Mono Man. So he'll hit free agency.
They're still talking about re-signing him, and I'm like, that guy's not coming back to you guys.
Well, he'll go whoever pays him the most.
Sure.
He'll go where whoever pays him the most. I just don't think that's going to be Minnesota.
I don't understand why the Raiders wouldn't take that shot. Raiders have to do something at quarterback.
Yeah.
Something.
Well, I think the Raiders and the Giants have to be your top two contenders, if you will, for Sam Darnold, because those were the two teams that reportedly tried to convince Matthew Stafford to ask for a trade in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I think Cam Ward's going to end up with the Giants. So,
yeah, there's some risk involved, though, because the Giants are picking third. Like, you've got Tennessee and Cleveland, who both need quarterbacks, picking ahead of you. Now, they could both pass on a quarterback, and Cam Ward might be there at 3. But if you want to make damn sure you have a quarterback, you either sign one in free agency, trade for one, or trade up in the draft to get a higher pick. I mean, if I'm Cleveland, I'm like telling everybody I'm drafting a quarterback to see if I can get the Giants to bite the bait. So, I don't know. I think both of those teams could be in the Sam Darnold mix because they wanted Stafford. I get it. Stafford's better than Darnold, but those teams are desperate for a quarterback, the Raiders especially, and they're picking at 6. They might not get either.
No, you're right.
Sanders, where they're at.
You're absolutely right.
Free agency starts 1 week from today, March 12th. I think 3 o'clock Central Time is when moves can officially be made. You might see some Shefty and Rappaport and Jordan Schultz tweets. Hopefully those guys fight at some point. I still would like to see that. You might see some tweets over the next week telling you what's about to happen, but nothing official can happen until 1 week from today.
Just believe in Shefty.
Believe in Shefty. By the way, the Jets have released Devontae Adams, so he's a big name free agent. And the Eagles have released Darius Slay. I think that happened a couple of days ago. But a few cap casualties, some big name, perennial Pro Bowl players are on the open market. Any interest in either of those guys?
Slay, no.
What about Devontae? He's got a Taco Bell in his house.
Yeah, that's the only thing he's got going. Plus, he has golf course in his house too. That's kind of cool.
He's got both of those things.
Yeah, I don't know. He's okay if he's on a team that has another wide receiver. You know, I know what they had Garrett Wilson in New York, but they also had that dude that's about to retire at quarterback. So
yeah. I'm surprised. I didn't realize how good of a season Devontae Adams had from a statistical standpoint because the Jets were a joke. I mean, they were 2-4 when they got Devontae Adams, and they did that as like a desperate move, like, oh my God, we have to turn our season around. And they didn't. They went 3-8 with Devontae Adams, so it got even worse for the JETE Jets. But in 11 games, 67 catches, 854 yards, 7 touchdowns. You stretch that out to a 17-game season, that's 1,000 yards and double-digit touchdowns for Devontae Adams. So he did that at 32. Like, I don't know if he's I can say he's not the best receiver in the game like he may have been 4 or 5 years ago, but he's still got a little gas left in the tank.
He's not going to a team that's not a contender now. This is the time of his career where you go, and if you're a contender, you need that veteran presence right there, consistency. You get that guy if you can.
Think he's done following Aaron Rodgers?
I think so. I think that's over with.
Yeah, I mean, I could see Rodgers wherever he goes wanting Devontae Adams, but at some point Devontae's got to be like, dude, I got
my Taco Bell. I don't need anything else.
Yeah, like those guys are clearly friends. He could say, I love you, but I really would like to win a ring, you know? Like, you've got one, A-Rod. I don't. I would like to get one, please. So I'm going to go somewhere else.
Going to these bad places. I'm not going with it.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Kansas City or something right now. Sorry, Aaron.
Yeah, I think he goes to a contender somewhere.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he's made a lot of money in his career, so maybe he's willing to take a little bit less.
Cash.
Yeah, maybe he's willing to take a little bit less to go to a team that actually has a shot, or maybe, I don't know. But Dallas and Houston, I wouldn't put either of those teams completely out of the Devontae Adams sweepstakes because both teams need a receiver. I mean, both teams have number ones. It's CeeDee Lamb in Dallas. It's Nico Collins in Houston. But both teams, I think, are in the market for a wide receiver too. And I think he'd make more sense for the Texans because I think the Texans are closer to contending right now. It's kind of a win-now roster, the quarterback and a team that feels like they're close.
Boy, that's scary with those two at wide receiver. Boy, those are big dudes that can run.
If you're going to let Stephon Diggs go because he's a free agent too, then that's a good way to replace him.
I don't think they go out of their way to keep him for big money anyway.
Stephon?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what he's going to get because he was playing well, but he's coming off an ACL tear.
Right.
And he's like not a spring chicken.
No. And you already got one guy who's who gets banged up pretty easy, but you need him. You need him to have a healthy year. I mean, he needs to make it for a year.
You're right. That's the problem, right? Because, I mean, Nico Collins is great, but he has injury issues. And
his hammy could go at any time.
Tank Dell, both years of his NFL career, has suffered season-ending injuries. Like, that guy looks like a
now,
star.
Houston, did he have injuries at Houston, or is he just since he got to the NFL and they hit harder and smarter?
Man, I don't remember him getting hurt much at Houston. That guy was on the field doing everything.
Broke a bunch of records. He was there a lot.
Yeah, great return man, great receiver. Like, I was pumped doing radio in Houston that he fell to the Texans in round 3. I thought he was going to be a star in the league. And again, when he's played, he's been great. But yeah, he's small and a little frail. And like you said, they hit harder and smarter.
Yeah, and you can't rely on Mechie. I mean, he's still trying to find his way back from from cancer. So who knows if he'll ever get to be that guy that you thought he would be. I wasn't that keen on him just coming out.
Yeah, I thought he was going to be really good.
I never thought he'd be anything but an okay receiver in the NFL.
I thought he was going to be pretty good, but yeah, I mean, obviously dealing with Hodgkin's lymphoma his first year in the league, not being able to play at all, that didn't help, and you wonder if he's still dealing with some after effects from that. But yeah, that draft pick has not worked for the Texans. Imagine, man, if John Mechie was a guy they thought he would be.
Oh my goodness!
Him and Nico and Tank Dell, they wouldn't have needed to bring in Stephon Diggs if John Mechie was.
That probably would have never happened.
Yeah, what they wanted out of Bama. So we'll see. But there you go. There's some of the big NFL headlines. Cowboys making some moves. Saquon gets historically rich. Devontae Adams, a free agent. And again, 1 week away from the official start of the new NFL league year and free agency. We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Hit us up. Get involved with the show. Before we shift gears and talk some Texas Longhorn football, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Hello, our friends over at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. Good morning to Jay and the gang over there. Jelly Cats are available, the Easter Jelly Cats. Get your eggs, your bunnies, your carrots. They've got them all there at Sue Patrick's, and they've got also plenty of free parking right there at the store. You don't have to walk very far, just a few feet, and you're right there inside the store where they got all those Texas-themed items. Of course, the polos. I was wearing my polo out playing golf, blowing in the wind yesterday. Believe me, I still had somebody ask me about that shirt, BK. I don't know how they saw it. It looked like the American flag blowing yesterday as I played golf in it. But they've got all the Texas-themed items that you're looking for at 5222 Burnett Road. You make orders over $49 and more, free shipping just for you. It'll get there to you in time, but they've got it all. They've got luggage. You name it, they have got it. They've got all 3 of Admiral McCraven's books there. I am still in the BK. I started the process, but I've got to 2 pages. The hero
pages. That's it.
I can't. I start, and something else comes up. Hey, I'll have this done before the lentil season is over with. That should be my deal for Lent. Get it done. I know it's 40 days. This book shouldn't take you 40 days.
Oh, my God.
But hey, look, there it is.
How big is the font in there?
It's pretty big. I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah, that shouldn't take you 40 days to get through.
That should be actually, you should be able to do that on a flight somewhere, but I'm too busy looking out the plane, seeing what's falling off the plane. That's generally where I've got my reading done with the 2 books that I've already read from Admiral William McCraven. But I won't be doing that if I'm on board a flight now, which it won't be a Delta. I'll be looking out and looking around and finding out who I'm going to punch in the face and wondering who's going to die beside me.
Man, the way you're talking, I'm worried you're never going to get on a plane again.
I'm hearing that the Amtrak is starting to make its way back.
No, you're not.
What about Wamo or whatever that is? Whammo.
Waymo?
Can Waymo get me to places?
I don't know if it can get you that far. I don't
think. Soon, right?
That's the hope. And the hope is you could buy a self-driving car. So you could just take a nap while you're road tripping to Pennsylvania or anywhere.
I ain't falling asleep in one of those. It's not happening. No. My eyes are wide. I'm wide awake in that the whole time. Waymo, hey, Flymo, If they get fly mode going, I'm not. No.
What, you think autopilot doesn't exist? Come on, those pilots are jerking each other off for half the flight.
No. What about the man servants? Are they going to take? We're going to have Waymo taking this place of the man servants now?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a little robot cart handing
Because you're
out
sick of that
drinks.
big one that takes your knee out anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe it'd actually look out for my knee and like tap me instead of just drilling my ACL with a giant beverage cart.
All right, folks, you're going to love Sue Patrick's. As
Yeah,
I said, 5222 Burnett Road, to go to SuePatrick.com.
that's a great live read right there, and a good testimonial for those books. You read 2 pages and got bored, so you
I
put
did
it
not
down.
get bored. It has nothing to do with boredom. It's
Okay.
just me. It's me and what's inside my head going off, the other 50,000 things that are going off at that time.
Feel
2
that.
pages is plenty. If I could average 2 a day, I'm going to be just fine, probably.
Buck, what month is it?
It is March.
This is March, which means the tournament is right around the corner,
Just around the corner.
which means you need to call AV Consultations.
Absolutely.
You know, we still have a week and a half until Selection Sunday. We still have more than 2 weeks. It's actually 2 weeks from tomorrow that the actual NCAA tournament begins. So you've got some time to get on the schedule with AV Consultations and get your home TV setup done. So you don't have to go to the sports bar. You don't have to drive to a buddy's place. You don't have to have like the laptop on, the phone on, and your one TV on. No, get that badass multi-screen TV setup like I have. I don't have to go anywhere for the tournament. I get to watch all the games on my couch thanks to AV Consultations. They can hook you up with the home TV setup you've always wanted. Don't buy the TVs and then call AVC. No, they can get the TVs at a cheaper price because they buy them in bulk. So call them when you're ready to upgrade your home TV system. They've been doing it in Central Texas since 1988. They will hook you up with exactly what you're looking for, and your home is going to be so much more fun for your family, for your friends, most importantly for yourself. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678, or find them online, avconsultations.com.
By the way, I did watch some of that golf on my on my system yesterday. The LBTG golf tournament stuff with Tiger and the Jupiter team and the New York team. They're getting ready for playoffs. Yeah, they're having playoffs in that crap.
Oh yeah, the Tiger Woods LGBT plus golf league.
Yes, they're having playoffs in that. You know what? I watched about as much of that as I did the basketball game last night.
All right. So are you starting to like the TGL?
No.
No, you watched it for an hour.
I know. I need them to drop some bombs at each other. They're too nice to each other. This is not. I need them to use their own money. All those dudes are rich. I need them to put their own cash down, like bulk piles right there, instead of dropping that flag that they drop.
In a sense, they are, because Tiger Woods and Rory invested a lot of money in this league. So from that standpoint, they did spend on this. I know what you're saying. You want them to throw out their cash and like bet on each hole for all of us to see it.
Yes, and I want the others too. I want those other smucks, yes, to put their money down there too.
You know, I like that idea. And with how in bed ESPN is with these betting networks now, and it's not just ESPN, like everybody is. Every other commercial during a sporting event you see is for FanDuel or Prize Picks or DraftKings or whatever. Like, why not? Why not let the players throw a little cash down on these things?
Some guy pulls out a bunch of hundies out of his wallet. Let's go. You're not making this putt.
Yeah, it's TGL. It's not the real golf league.
Right.
You don't have to worry about the integrity of the TGL. It's fun. These guys will try harder if their own money's on the line.
Yeah, they would. They would.
No, they
That's
would.
my money.
I like that. I mean, look, I'm impressed with how hard they try. I thought some of these guys would just be like, I don't care. It's whatever. They're actually trying, and they're competitive out there, which is great. But, yeah, you let them have the ability to throw down like $1,000 on every putt or every hole.
A little backpack out there where they reach into the backpack for some money.
Dude, even if it's just $20, like they would try harder. Whenever there's money on the line, it doesn't matter how much it is. Like, you're going to care a little bit more.
You're absolutely right. It doesn't matter. 2-foot putt for $2.
I like that. I don't think that's going to happen, but
no, it's not gonna happen.
If they ask for feedback, that'll be the feedback I give to them.
Yeah, I said I watched more of it It's about the same. I probably get about 15 minutes of it to the next commercial. Then I'm kind of done. I don't need to come back and see what happens. I don't see if they make it over the canyons or whatever they hit those balls through. I'm like, no, that's okay. But then again, I was watching that basketball game. It was about the same. After how hard they tried, and then I was like, really? Good job there, try hard, guys.
Yeah, it was a lot less stressful watching TGL golf than it was watching Texas basketball last night. But
you got the whole thing in, huh? You got the overtime?
Of course. Navy consultations. I was watching both.
You know why? Because you care. Because you're a basketball fan.
I do care about Texas basketball and college basketball in general. But yeah, I watched A&M upset Auburn last night. I watched.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I fell asleep during that BYU-Iowa State game. That was nuts. Huge win for the Mormons on the road at Hilton Coliseum. They blew like a 21-point second-half lead and ended up winning in double overtime. But yeah, I'm locked into the college hoops. It's March. This is like you got to watch right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's why. I mean, I've been watching North Carolina. I've been seeing how they've saved their season all of a sudden and why they've gotten so good. Then again, it's a basketball school.
Well, it's the ACC. They're playing Duke on Saturday. They might need that win to get in the dance.
Oh no, they're not going to get that. That's no.
They're playing like Georgia Tech and Miami and just all of these teams that are amongst the worst. Yeah, these are like the worst teams in Power 5. So it's like they're blowing them out, which is good. It's good for the eye test. And Carolina's always going to get the benefit of the doubt. Like Texas will too, to an extent. But if there are two teams fighting for one spot on Selection Sunday, and it's Texas and it's North Carolina.
Oh, Carolina's getting it.
In football, we're good. In basketball, we ain't good.
No.
We ain't good. So, yeah, Carolina's going to get the UNC blue blood bump, if you will. But right now, they're still fighting. They're jockeying for a position right now, as is Texas. All right, a quick shout-out, by the way, to Vic Schaefer. He was named SEC Coach of the Year yesterday.
Congrats.
And a shout-out to Madison Booker, who was named SEC Player of the Year yesterday. So, yeah, well done. I was a little upset, and I know Vic Schaefer was pissed. Madison Booker was the only Longhorn on either of the two all-SEC teams. And for some reason, there are a total of 17 players on two all-conference teams. Why not just have a third, maybe a fourth at that point? But I don't know. So 17 players were picked for all SEC, and only one of them was a Texas Longhorn. How does that happen?
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Number one team in the country, tied for first in the conference. I mean, South Carolina, the team that Texas tied with, had 3 players on the team. Texas only had 1. I don't quite get that. Vic Schaefer didn't either, but still, congrats in order. You won the Coach of the Year. You won the Player of the Year. That's good stuff. Texas has officially hired Neil Brown. There's your football news for the day for the Longhorns. You and I touched on this yesterday because there were some rumors that the Longhorns were in discussions to bring Neil Brown on board, and now they have actually hired him. We don't know what the official role will be for the former West Virginia head coach, but, man, I'm hoping that Neil Brown can help with this Texas offense, more specifically the Texas run game, Buck.
Yeah, that'll be interesting if they don't, I mean, they already got a coach there, right? That's a running back coach. Might as well, be the guy working on the run game, but the offensive line coach and the running back coach, get that thing straightened out.
The Texas run game was not nearly good enough last year. And that's why I don't think I'm like as upset with Tashard Choice leaving as I think most Longhorn fans are. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to have him here. But Texas was 69th in the country in rushing a season ago. And they had a lot of inconsistencies on the ground. It didn't help that C.J. Baxter got hurt before the year started. But I think there's an opportunity for Texas's run game to be a lot better in 2025, despite Jaden Blue going to the league. Mm-hmm. And hopefully the combination of Chad Scott and Neil Brown, to a lesser extent, can help out with that.
Sure.
And the goal line, I mean, the red zone offense has to improve, and you have to be able to rely on your ground game inside the 5-yard line, and Texas just couldn't last year. We obviously saw that come to a head at the worst possible moment. But, yeah, if Neil Brown can help, he's got an offensive background. He's been an offensive coordinator.
That's right.
If he can tell you something to help this red zone / goal line offense be more productive and just this rushing offense as a whole be more productive, then I'm on board.
Now he's probably coming on as an analyst.
I think so. Yeah, again, nothing official yet, but I assume it will be an analyst / support staff role.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they've only got so many coaches that you can have, paid positions.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess those are already full, so he can't be like running backs, wide receivers, whatever coach.
No.
So, yeah, he might be making 5 figures, maybe a low 5 figures. And to get a guy with his resume, I know things didn't end well for him in Morgantown, but he's got some skins on the wall. It's a good hire. It's a Nick Saban-like move that Steve Sarkisian is making.
Remember, Nick Saban had all of those guys. He had tons of guys.
Yeah, every year. You got the money. Use it.
That's right.
I will say this. I'll bring this up again. Jaheim White, who was West Virginia's leading rusher last year.
Right.
He loves Chad Scott. He talked about that last year, talked about that this offseason, and he was tweeting at Chad Scott a couple of times after Scott took the gig in Austin.
Mm-hmm.
Now that the running backs coach and his former head coach is here,
no kidding.
Like, obviously he can't hit the portal now. He's got to wait till after the spring, but I would like Jaheim White.
Well, you're going to need a specialist, a kickoff return, punt return guy now.
Well,
you're going to need that. That was a pretty good. That punt return game last year was pretty good for Texas. That didn't hurt you, believe me, you know that.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I mean, they're going to miss Silas Bolden at that, and Matthew Golden and Jaden Blue are returners as well, and those guys are all gone. So maybe Jaheim White can help there, but Jaheim White's ran for 800 yards in each of the last 2 seasons. There's nobody on this Texas roster who has done that. And Jaheim White averaged more yards per carry at West Virginia than anybody on Texas did last year. Now, you could say that's the Big 12 versus the SEC. Right. I will counter and say Texas had a much better offensive line than West Virginia did.
Yes, for sure.
And Jaheim White is small. He's only 5'7", about $190, but he could scoot. He can make guys miss, and I would love to have him at Texas. And maybe the combination of Chad Scott and Neil Brown coming to Texas can convince Jaheim White to portal here in a couple of months.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. Like I said, you're going to need to find a specialist now too, not just a running back, but it's nice to have a running back that can do all those type of things. And I don't even know if the guy's ever returned a punt in his life, but I'm pretty sure he can return a kickoff. I mean, he can get back there and make a decision.
Yeah. And he might help. He's no Jaden Blue when it comes to receiving, but I think he had 19 catches last year for the Mountaineers. So
I trust in one guy. I trust in Sark to figure it out if he's that type of player, and if he's close to that type of player, Sark will figure it out that I can get him, and make him a better player at just being a running back. I can make him a guy who can come out of the backfield and do some things, and it doesn't have to be, dramatic what he does. Just a couple things that can really help out the offense. And that guy at 5'7" can make you miss in the open field. Hell yeah.
I mean, I think there's a chance he'd come in and be the best running back on Texas. Now, that's not a guarantee. I mean, Trey Wisner had 1,000 yards last year.
Right.
And C.J. Baxter, we know what he was supposed to be coming out of high school.
We don't know what he is or what he will be.
Yeah. But like Jaheim White, to me, he wouldn't just be like, I will throw him in as a gadget guy from time to time. Like that guy, if he comes here, would be a significant part of this offense. And you'd want that. Like this Texas running back room is not deep enough to where you could just say, now we're good. If you get a chance to get a guy like that, I think you got to take it.
No. You're not deep enough because we saw what happened last year before you even started the season. Once again, I said, if it happened to you once, you can never let it happen again. No matter what you think and say, oh no, we got 4 of the guys. Nope. Don't buy it. You don't have enough guys because that can never happen before the season starts again, that you're hoping and praying. It worked out pretty well. But I think what we thought was that it wasn't the running backs that were going to be that good. We thought the offensive line was going to be better at the run game themselves, and they weren't.
Yeah. It was all not good enough. And they were 69th in the country. 69th. Again, they overcame most of that, made it to the SEC title and the college football playoff.
Games. Those guys had some huge games.
Well, yeah, it was 69th because of like the way they ended the season. I mean, they were awesome at Arkansas, awesome at A&M, awesome against Clemson in the first round game, but consistency was not there. So some of that's on the runners, some of that's on the offensive line. Either way, not as nice as you want, Jake. No. 69, we usually say nice for that, but when you're a top 3 team in college football, you'd like to be running it a little better than
You'd like to
69.
be in the top 15 for sure.
I mean, give me top 30. Like, something better than that. I understand when you lose C.J. Baxter that it was probably never going to be top 10, top 15, but it should have been better than what it was.
It has to be better, BK, but that's the one thing I'm going to be looking at this year that I don't know with the offensive line. That's a scary. That's why you've got to be really good when you do get in a scoring zone, because there's some things I don't think this team will. I think it'll be a little bit different. But then again, the quarterback is now part of your run game.
Oh, they can't be worse.
I know you don't want him to be, but he will, because his natural ability is, if it's not there, catch me if you can, or I'm going to run you over,
I very much want Arch Manning to be a part of the run game. I don't want him being Haynes King where he's running 15 to 20 times a game, but like he should be getting 5 to 10 rushes per game. Like, not talking sacks. I know those count in the stats. I'm saying, like, whether it's zone read keepers or he takes
runs in a game.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, that will help the red zone offense can't be worse. Like, I'm with you. The offensive line, you lose 4 starters. I'm concerned about that. But, like, there's no way this red zone offense will be worse than what it just was. Then again, I think we said that after 2023, and here we are still talking about it. Maybe it's possible.
Yeah, you're right. That's still part of the things we sort of like, last year as we talked about the secondary, that got better.
Yeah. Sark has gotten just about everything turned around.
Right.
But the red zone offense was actually good the first 2 years when Texas wasn't good. And now it's bad. And if you could just get that figured out, well, you might have 2 national titles in the last 2 years if the red zone offense wasn't cheeks.
Yeah, it says Niblett has changed positions to safety.
Yeah, well, I was never relying on Ryan Niblett as a running back anyways.
No, that was just a guy to take some snaps or help out for look squad stuff for your defense to get some good looks.
Yeah, agreed. So there you go. Neil Brown is coming to Texas. Do we need to talk about the Mavs?
Yeah, what's going on? How bad is Kyrie? Forget about it. Nobody else got hurt, did they?
Well, Kyrie's out for the year. They announced yesterday it's a torn ACL.
Oh.
So the nightmarish season for the Dallas Mavericks continues. I mean, it's all happened in the span of like a month. I think February 1st was the day of the Luka trade, and it's March 5th, and the Mavs have gone from a franchise that had potential this year and you felt like had potential for the next decade to a team that has zero going for them.
Get him back now.
I don't know. Well, now, I mean, I feel for Kyrie Irving because he's had an amazing year. And by the way, this all stems from the Luka trade, because since the Luka trade, Kyrie Irving has played more minutes than any player in the NBA. So Luka's been gone. Anthony Davis has been out. The Mavs are fighting for a playoff spot. That combination has meant Kyrie playing a ton. And wear and tear makes you more likely to get injured. And sure enough, Kyrie Irving got injured the other night against Sacramento. Feel for him. I mean, he's got that big player option worth like $40-something million this offseason. Does Kyrie say, well, I don't know if I'm going to get a ton of money on the open market because I'm coming off an ACL tear, so I'll just say yes and I'll stay in Dallas? Or does he say, I don't know?
He may not have a choice.
Well, it's his choice. It's a player option.
Yeah, well, his choice is I'm not going to get it anyplace else coming off a knee.
Oh, right. Yeah, I don't know. I think somebody will still pay him. I mean, the choice is,
when does he come back to play? That's the deal.
Next year, you would think. I mean, maybe not at the start of the season, but I don't think he's going to miss the entirety of next season. And Kyrie's going to get a multi-year contract, so you're paying for him beyond just 1 year.
Yeah.
But Kyrie might just be like, dude, I'll take a little bit less money to get out of this storm in Dallas.
True.
Because it's a mess with the Mavs. And they traded his running mate. They got nothing back for him. And I think Kyrie Irving, even though he's got a ring, would like to compete for another ring. I don't have a whole lot of confidence that the Dallas Mavericks are going to be contending anytime soon. Do you?
I don't think so.
We didn't touch on this, too. The Mavs announced that they are going to be increasing season ticket prices next year.
Maybe they can increase it when they move to Vegas, baby.
They ain't moving to Vegas.
Come on, baby.
Nah, that's not happening. I think some Mavs fans are almost hoping that's the case so they don't feel obligated to root for the team anymore. But they're staying in Dallas. They are.
It's tough for Kyrie because once again, he's not this young guy. He's got a knee. Like you said, he doesn't start the season. He's got this option, which is his option. Probably take less to keep playing than to try to bail out. And nobody. I mean, I don't know if anybody would take a chance. BK.
Well, he was an all-star this year. What do you mean no one will take a chance on him?
I don't. We're talking about a knee with a guy.
So what? He's not 40. Guys come back from knee injuries all the time.
What is he? 27, 28?
No, he's in his 30s, but like someone will absolutely give Kyrie Irving a huge money deal. He's 32.
Yeah, I guess.
Thoughts on the Mavs raising season ticket prices, saying they're doing it because, quote, ongoing investments to the team and fan engagement, end quote.
We're making creative moves.
You call them creative?
Yeah. We are creating some more moves.
Creatively bad?
Yes.
Yeah, they just traded the player that would have garnered the biggest investment in NBA history. And the trade means they're doing the opposite of investing. And now they're saying ongoing investments to the team. That's their reasoning.
They'll pay for it. You know how hard that ticket is there.
Oh, man, I feel for the season ticket holder. You know what? I feel for the people who work in the Mavs season ticket office.
Yes.
And just this ticket office in general, because they take it on the chin. The fans can't talk to Nico Harrison or Patrick Dumont as much as they'd love to.
These dudes, and they calling about their season tickets.
They're calling in, and they are just relentlessly bitching at these poor Mavs employees who had nothing to do with this trade, and they just get yelled at over email or over phone every day now because
all their phone calls are probably tapped. So because if they say like, yeah, it wasn't my fault. How stupid were they to get rid of Luka? Here's the extra.
Say that. If you want to get fired, you could do that on your last call.
Oh yeah.
But no, I had a good buddy who worked for the Texans when they were awful. Like they traded DeAndre Hopkins, they had Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby running the franchise into the ground, and he dealt with season ticket holders. And he would just come home from work. I was my roommate. He would just come back from work, and he looked like he had gotten the shit beat out of him every single day.
Wow.
He looked like just a piece of meat in a meat locker that Rocky was training against.
Man,
that's what it was. So that's what the Mavs are dealing with right now. Have you ever seen a team continue to kick its fan base in the groin like this?
Oh, yeah. Here's another one.
Yeah. The trade, not letting people talk bad about the trade. Now you're raising prices. I guess PR crisis firms cost a lot of money, so you got to pay for those. But it feels like Rachel Phelps in Major League, doesn't it?
Yeah, that hurts. Now you're asking for more money, and then they got to trust in you. You're asking for more money, and you got to trust in them to do the right thing. Wow.
Who's paying that? Who is calling the Mavs and asking for season tickets right now? I also saw some reports that they were sending those season ticket renewal emails to spam. Like the Mavs had done something in an effort to try to make sure people didn't see the emails. Because if you don't respond, they assume you just want to keep your tickets.
Sure.
So if you never see the email, it's like, all right, they're renewed for next year. We get to take their money. So apparently the Mavs, to some season ticket holders, have been sending those emails to spam in an effort
to take their money.
Yeah. Are you kidding me?
That sounds a little illegal.
Sounds a lot of illegal. Nico Harrison is a terrorist.
That's kind of bad.
We do not negotiate with terrorists. That guy, I mean, I said when the trade got done, the Mavs couldn't fire him until the end of the season. Now that Kyrie got hurt and everybody else has gotten hurt and the season is basically over, they should fire him right now.
Why wait around? I mean, because you are going to have to do that anyway.
Yeah.
What's taking so long?
Yeah, again, like when the trade was made, it's like, all right, give AD a chance. Like, give this thing a chance, see if it works. But clearly it's not working, and now it's over. So even if you do get AD back without Kyrie, you're not going to make a deep playoff.
Oh, well, hell, that guy, how quick do you think he's going to rush to come back?
Yeah, and you're right. That's a fair question. So I'd fire Nico today. Like, it will at least give the Mavs fans something that they can smile about. because right now there is nothing for a Mavs fan to feel good about.
Yeah, that's no good.
And my fear is the owners will keep him around. They'll just double and triple and quadruple down. Like, they just don't give a crap about the fans or about any of this. And they'll just keep Nico in place. I don't think they're that dumb.
Yeah, and you thought Jerry Jones was bad.
Yeah, no, the Mavs have overtaken the Cowboys as the most hated front office in the city. You know how hard that was to do? The Cowboys hired Brian Schottenheimer, and no one cares anymore about that.
No.
This is not the good pub that
I like that way you said that. Do you know how hard that was to do, to dethrone Jerry?
I mean, it's been 30 years of this for the Cowboys. It took the Mavs 30 days
I know.
to overcome 3 decades of Cowboys futility. It's impressively bad. All right, I'll take your thoughts. A couple more sponsor shout-outs here, then a fun story to wrap up today's program. There's a new leader in the clubhouse for the man that I feel worst for in the world. I'll tell you that in a second, but first, a few more sponsor shout-outs.
Say to all our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, 70 years of service in Central Texas. You'll love the folks over there, whether it's heating, plumbing, air conditioning. If you've got a problem, it's going to warm up a little bit this weekend, and that air conditioner comes on. You don't want a bunch of dust coming out like we had yesterday. You want that thing to be smooth. You want the filters to work properly. And at Woods Comfort Systems, that's exactly what you're going to get. They're going to have that service warranty, and their technicians will be out there, and they'll make sure everything is working properly. As a matter of fact, it's a little cool this morning. Your heater may jump on, and you want that thing to work properly too. But at Woods Comfort Systems, it's always working properly. As I said, 70 years of service in Central Texas. They are the very best at what they do.
Yeah, woodscomfortsystems.com, 512-842-5066 is their phone number. Shout out to Covert Bee Cave as well. I'll let you hear from our friends at Covert Bee Cave right now.
It's a family atmosphere. It's not just when you stop in, you buy your car.
From communication to expertise to professionalism, it's exactly what I expected from the Covert family.
So they make it so easy for me. That car that I wanted, they found it, and I didn't know if I can afford it, but they make it possible.
You'll see that they really will move mountains. They're going to do what they need to do to get you what you want and make sure you're happy with it.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Sweet.
Yeah, baby. Love the Covert family. All right. There's a new leader. Oh, quick shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Can't neglect them. Both of us are rocking TSU hats today. Hooked up by our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. If you've got a business that needs hats or shirts or signs or stickers or anything, reach out to our buddy Adam and his great team at Waterloo. They're based right here in South Austin. They will get you what you need, and they will get you what you need very, very timely. Adam's phone number, 512-300-9641. You can call him or you can text him or you can find him on Instagram at Waterloo Printing. Okay. There's a new leader in the clubhouse for the man that I feel worst for in the world. I thought it was that Ole Miss student who had his girlfriend hook up with his dad.
Oh, my goodness.
I didn't think it could get worse than that, but I think this one may take the cake. You tell me. Penny Talbot is a 33-year-old woman who lives in the UK. She has been dating her boyfriend, Jake Timms, for nearly 2 years. This guy served in the British Army. He's a veteran. But he's got an issue.
What's his issue?
He's got a micropeen.
Really? A teeny one?
A teeny one. And the title of this New York Post article is, "My boyfriend has a micropeen, and here's what our perfect sex is like," end quote. So this girlfriend literally went to an international publication and told them that her man has a tiny wang.
Really?
Whole world knows about it.
Wang Chong tonight?
I don't know if she's having much fun tonight.
Really?
With that micropeen that she's got. Here's a quote. "When we started dating, Jake brought it up straight away." Okay, hypothetical here. Hypothetical question. If this is you and you've got this issue, this small issue, do you tell your girl or do you just let her find out the old-fashioned way?
I tell.
You tell? Like, when do you tell? First date, second date, Just you're in the car back to your place and you know something's going to happen. You just give her a heads up.
When I know something's going to happen, you're a guy, when you have that feeling, you both know when that time arrives, whether it's planned or not planned, or it's going to happen. You got to tell.
Okay. Yeah. I guess you have to, right?
Yeah, you do.
I'd let her find out. And she's like, oh my God, what is that? I'm like, I left the rest of it at home.
No, I'd have to tell.
The quote from her, when I saw Jake's preen for the first time, I wasn't horrified. I thought it was absolutely perfect. Apparently to her, absolutely perfect is 2.9 inches. All of Jake's friends know about this. They have apparently asked her about their sex life, and they've asked her why she is dating their friend. Even though he's got this issue.
Because he got a tongue like a boa constrictor.
I guess so. I mean, you got to, right?
You got to be good at something. You got to
be good at something. Hey, it ain't the size of the dog in the fight.
That's right.
It's the size of the fight and the dog. She said, quote, people always ask me if Jake's penis is the smallest I've ever had. And to be honest, I try to blank out all of my previous sexual partners, end quote. That's not good for the guy.
No, that's not good because she's thinking about somebody else when she sees Wang Chung,
Yeah, her mind is drifting to, anybody else that she slept with since middle school.
That's a tough situation. I mean, there is love and caring, but there's also those physical attractions that do it for people too. But I would have to tell on myself.
Here's maybe the worst part.
Oh, no, there's a worse part?
Well, all of this is pretty rough, but I think it goes even more downhill from here. The girlfriend added, quote, Jake gets teased all the time over his size, mainly from his old Army mates. It's just typical boys banter. I've heard them refer to it as a piece of dental floss before.
Man.
Jake's mom even giggles along when she jokes that his two older brothers got all the goods.
Man.
The guy's mom knows he's got a micro-peen, and she laughs about it. She, jokes about it. Come on, Mom.
Can't do that. It's your baby. You can't do that to your kid.
Mine's only 1.5 inches. My mom's not going around telling people about this. You can't do that to your kid. So the girlfriend is going to a New York Post writer telling them, my boyfriend's got the tiniest Johnson in the world. And then the mom is going around to her mates talking about how her son is not well endowed. Come on, man.
He's going to have to get a prosthetic something going on there. Or he's just living life. I mean, hey, as long as if he's feeling good, if it's making whatever he's got's making him happy,
sure,
have at it. You know what I mean?
It's a lot of people have this issue. He's not the only person in the world that's got this. But I think he's the only person in the world who has had his girlfriend go to the press.
Yeah, that's kind of sad. Do you think she says to him, hey, cover me up when you're done?
Wags is just cracking up right here in the background. I don't know. Cover me up when I'm done, so I don't have to look at it anymore?
Yeah, just cover me up when you're done. That is tough. That's a tough deal.
Okay, so the question begs.
That kid had a hard time. Can you imagine that?
Hard.
I mean, well, he had a tough time. You know what guys can do to other guys. Can you imagine that? He never went to gym class and took a shower.
Oh, he was in the military.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna get it in the military, right?
Yes, of course you are. And you're gonna get it from other kids that know about that.
But I mean, how do you?
I'm not the biggest dude in the world, man. But I mean, I think at some time, if that comes, you gotta at least let your lady know or let your partner know what she's in store for, right? Like, I think you gotta at least if you're in one of those predicaments, you gotta be like, hey, we got to talk about something. Like,
we got to talk about this. Hey, just tell her, hey,
going somewhere.
It may not be good for you, but it's going to be good for me. I just need to tell you, honey, you may not enjoy yourself, but I'm going to have the time of my life.
Yeah, but it sounds like it still works, Rodney. It's just a little smaller than the rest of us.
But how do you have that conversation in advance? I mean, what do you say?
I mean, I think that's
people
something
have
that you
said
have to address. I think that's something that you got to get out there, right?
Well, no, you don't do that that
You
deal
don't want her to walk out
and all
on
of a
you,
sudden
right?
you jump in bed and she looks at you and goes, couldn't you have told me something about this? You have to tell her something.
You just put that on your Hinge profile. I've got a micropeen. You just brag about
But
that.
I mean, but she's also going to a journalist, right? She's going to talk about this, so she's venting about this. There's clearly an issue.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna be mad at her for sure.
Dude, you got to break up with your girl, man. Like, even if your girl
do
just
you?
goes,
Or do- at
if your girl tells your friend, like her friend, that you've got a small Johnson or something like that, then that's frustrating. But she goes and tells the world that you've got that, dude. That's game over. I'm done.
Are you going to be able, if you break up with her, at least she's willing to accept this dude, right? If you break up with her, are you gonna be able to use that bait to get another fish? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's.
I think there's more than one guy in the world with this issue, and there are plenty of guys who have this issue. I assume have gotten laid before and have gotten married and stuff. You could find a way. But it begs the question, Rodney, and all three of you guys, who do you feel worse for? Jake Timms or the Ole Miss student who lost his girlfriend to his dad?
Oh, that guy for sure.
Yeah, that. No, I'm feeling bad for the tiny peen guy.
Well, but it sounds like he still has the girl though, so he's.
Both of them still have the girl. The
Yeah,
kid
yeah.
kept the girlfriend.
That's a shitty situation.
First of all, if the girl's
That's a
going
shitty
to the press and telling her I'm not having the girl for very long,
Yeah,
that'll be over with. That's a trust issue right there. That's not a funny issue. That's a
And
trust.
the dad, how do you even look over your shoulder? Like, how do you even sleep?
Well, you got the dad sleeping with your girlfriend, or you've got your mom joking about how small your D is. I mean, you got bad parent involvement with both of these.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah. That's you're clearly the weakest link or the black sheep, right? If the two older brothers get the best of the goods, and then she's making fun of you for it. Yeah.
That's some trouble.
That's too. That's not flaccid. That's full on. It's 2.9.
2.9 fires when erect. That's rough, buddy. That's rough.
Yeah. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad right there. But it is. I mean, how do you say? Many have said that I'm small. I mean, I just don't know how you tackle that. But I don't know.
Again, you left the rest at home, or it's charging, or something like that.
It's in the chart. The other half is in the charger.
Chia. When you put it in water, it grows. I don't know. Watch it grow. I don't know.
See, that guy has heard it all. That's what's so bad. That poor guy's been hearing that. I mean, obviously his mom, when he was born, his mom saw him naked and probably went, wow.
Every baby has a micro peen, dude. I don't think you think she's seen it full grown.
There's babies that come out with a set on it.
Baby arm, arm and all.
There's a third hand down there.
Baby arm and all.
Well, it's one thing because I know like a lot of people, they freak out about circumcised or not.
Sure,
but that's a little bit different. If you're couple of inches, that's
Doc, leave some of that umbilical
all I know
cord
is
there
in the Marine Corps, you get to know each other very well. So
the Texas Sports Unfiltered crew, they get them all. They don't miss anything.
Yeah, we don't discriminate here.
No,
the stories find us on TSU.
Yes, they find
absolutely.
They find BK for sure.
Beautiful thing.
Micro peen, yes. Nice.
How's it?
Nice hump day.
Mike, what day is it, Mike?
How's that for an easy transition for you guys to start your show today?
I thought we were going to get a hypothetical with it, though. Like I'm kind of, I'm waiting for the bit.
Well, the hypothetical was you already answered it. I asked it to Buck before we brought you on. Would you tell your girl, or do you let her find out the old-fashioned way? You guys, it sounds like all of y'all would tell.
You got to tell her. I think you got that could be catastrophic for you in that environment. So I think you got to get it out, right? And just say, hey, this might just be a great dinner. and that's all there is. Because after this, I don't know if you're going to get the
dinner's going to be great because the snack ain't going to be
right. That's what I'm saying. Appetizer, appetizer, little smoky, the little smoky weenies.
Or you better be, I don't know, you better be shelling out like $500 for that dinner. You know what I mean? Because you're in for disappointment after. I'm not sure. So
yeah, like I said, there's some other things you better do outstanding. If that's the case, that guy's probably read every book.
Dinner is as good as it gets. Let me tell you.
Yeah, there's some other things that he must be doing the right way.
Hey,
but I can't believe his girl would go to the media to do that to him. That's
why do you do that?
Going to the
why do you? What is the deal? Why would you do that? If you cared about the person, why would you do that anyway? You wouldn't do that.
Are you trying to get story? Are you trying to get famous? Like, that's the thing. Like, do you want fame for the micro cock? Or I don't even know if you can't even call it a cock.
It's a micro cock. I like that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the goal was here. Trying to get him like an endorsement deal with Blue Chew or Viagra.
Yeah.
So no,
man. She's just hoping. That's all. She's just hoping something else will happen different, or somebody will come up with a way to get an extension on that bad boy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Can someone help with this problem? Or hey, can we have a threesome with another dude who can actually
fill the void?
How much experience does the guy have?
Oh my God!
I didn't ask. I can't say I asked.
Is that in the Cliff Notes?
No. Okay. But apparently, she says it's a perfect sex life. So
there you go.
Yeah,
that's all she needs. That's all she needs to know.
As long as she's happy,
is too.
Yeah,
he must have the Steve Belichick tongue that we saw on the sideline a few years ago.
Oh yeah, you got to something has to work.
Something's got to work.
All right, boys. Listen, have a great day. Be careful out there. It's going to be another beautiful day here. I am going to get ready to do taxes. Ugh.
Yeah. Oh no, you're going to pay the thieves, huh?
Yeah, somebody's got to pay the piper. That's for sure.
I mean, it's a necessary tax, I guess, right? That's what they tell you.
Deal.
All right, boys, and here we are. What's up, amigo? How are you, good sir?
How you doing, buddy? Oh, just getting ready. Got to get on the road.
Hanging in there.
Yeah, just hanging around, just kind of drooping around, right now. So that's about all that's going on over here.
Yeah. Oh my God. Where do you want to go first, man? Apparently our crystal ball. Why am I yelling? I don't know why I'm yelling. Apparently our crystal ball on college basketball is blurry and or I don't know, maybe yours is clear, but mine is blurry and distorted because there was some games in college basketball last night. We'll talk about little brother and ourselves here that we didn't think was going to happen, or at least I didn't think was going to happen, or maybe I thought it was irrelevant regardless, but still, I mean, nonetheless, we got some headlines to talk about a little bit in the show today. But what's on the slate today, partner? What we got going on? What's going on?
I think that's a place to start. The only thing that we were conceivably right about, and I don't think we even predicted it. We just kind of laughed. UTSA did beat the Aggies in baseball. That did happen, but that was about all we get. Where this Texas basketball team? Where has this been the last three outings? When you were in position to win, just imagine if they could have won two of those games, Wags, with that kind of effort that we saw last night, which still they almost blew it. But
I don't know. I mean, come on. I mean, that's just it. Like a roaring start, right? And of course, when you come out playing, starting out on, excuse me, or at least what I thought when the Longhorns get out on a good start, that usually, tends to end well for the Longhorns too. But like you said, almost let it get away from them, and then had to go to an extra stanza to make this thing happen. But I'm sitting here thinking that, all right, we're going to be able to catch up on some shows tonight, right? Thinking that, none of the scores will matter. And then, after I'm watching Midday through the first half, I got to, go into the bedroom and be like, hey, I know I said that we could probably watch some shows tonight, but
yeah, hey,
I like they're winning. And so I kind of like, I really, we kind of got to watch this to kind of talk about it. And she's just like, all right, well, I thought you said it didn't matter. I was like, well, it doesn't matter. Then she goes, so we can watch Severance. And I'm like, no, we can't watch it. I got to watch the game. And then of course I had A&M on too. So man, SEC basketball. Here we are talking about SEC basketball. How about it, though?
Man, there it was right there. And like, it's just so frustrating, with like we were talking about yesterday, to where it's like, just with everything that we've seen, it's not all that surprising that UT comes out and wins that game, because that's where we've talked about how inconsistent.
I think it's surprising. I think it's absolutely surprising. Like I had this team written off. Like there's, I don't know. You think Mark's coming out and dropping 30, or he didn't have 30? What do you? Hold on, let me pull this up.
Oh yeah.
It felt like he had 30 last night. He was
24. He had 24.
24. Yeah, he had 24. Yeah. Mark was on fire last night, and then Trey, of course, getting his. Everything that I thought that was going to happen for the Bulldogs didn't happen. Like their perimeter dominance, and look, don't get me wrong, man. Hubbard's still he's one of the best damn perimeter shooters, one of the best guards in the conference. I think Ziegler from Tennessee is probably one of the better overall, or hell, Sears is probably the best guard in the conference, but overall guard in the conference. But I mean, this dude, Hubbard can absolutely play, and he just, I mean, often. I mean, I can't even say that he had an off night last night. Where'd the dude go? 1 for 6. 1 for 6. I'd say that's pretty off. But this is one of the better, 3-point shooters in the damn conference here, and again, wasn't able to show out. And this is classic example of the Longhorns taking advantage of the Bulldogs on a rough night, and that's just it. It was an optimal night for us, and a poor night for the Bulldogs there. But we took advantage of it, man. 39% shooting for Mississippi State. Not exactly in the forte for having winning basketball there, man.
Well, I think what happened last night that's pretty impressive is that with Josh Hubbard. I mean, it was a really good job by the Texas team to do what Georgia did to Trey Johnson on Saturday. They locked that dude down. You were pretty sure that everything was going to run through that guy. So what do? You go in there and don't allow him to penetrate and just lock him down. So, and this is where I go back to, it's like, is it too little too late? I don't know. If you beat Oklahoma, there you are, you finish like that, but it's just, where has this been? But then you revert back to, you almost gave it away. So you can be pretty excited that you saw the effort, but at the same time, you can say, well, but damn, come on. So that is just the Texas basketball team this year. Last night is the bookend to what we have right now.
And also, like, you struggle to get to the line, and then when you get to the line, you don't get the free baskets, you don't get the free bunnies. But then on the flip side of that, you feel like, or it feels like whatever the Longhorns threw up, it was going in. Great shooting night for the Longhorns last night. Mm-hmm. But that's just it, Rodney. When you live and die off the perimeter, these are the results, or just the unseen results that you're going to get, or unpredictable results that you're going to get. I thought the Bulldogs were going to come out and absolutely smash the Longhorns here, but sure enough, I was wrong. So again, Longhorns sit here and get to flirt with everybody's mentality and psyche if they're getting into the tournament or not. I don't see much movement based off of this win here. They got to have something magical happen into the SEC tournament, and I still don't see that happening.
Yeah,
I'm really pessimistic on Longhorns basketball right now.
I'm with you. I mean, I don't think that you go beat Oklahoma and then see what happens from there. I
don't
think
get me wrong. Mississippi State, they can play, man. They can play. It's just you're seeing what we saw last night was a team that was having a very poor shooting night and a team that was having a very great shooting night.
Yeah. And I think the thing is, if you beat Oklahoma, that definitely, I mean, you beat the rival, like we said yesterday. I think you really need to win 2 games in the tournament, in the SEC tournament. I think. I mean, if you're able to win 1, I don't know if that's going to be enough on the resume for that. I just think the South Carolina and the Georgia losses were just too impactful to me. Those were just not quality losses. Not that there ever is one, but I think that those are just the ones that are going to stain you with the committee here to get you in.
It's got to be a miracle. Like they can't lose anymore.
No. And there's not enough regular season left because once you get into the SEC tournament, I think if you get one, that's great. But I don't see that they get 2 WAGs. I really don't. So, and I'll tell you what's so weird to me is it seems like people were like, somewhat disappointed that this basketball team won last night. To where it's like, damn, they're giving us hope, which to me that's not really hope, not yet. But I think folks were disappointed that Texas won because you want the coach out of there. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, no, Hubbard got bad. Hubbard got his bunnies, but he only went 1 from 6 from the line there, LB, and then, or not from the line, but from the perimeter. And then also most of his points that I saw, sure, he was making plays happen, but when he's aggressive like that, you got to foul him, right? Or you got to, you got to get him to the line, and sure, he's gonna make his free throws, my dude. Like, the dude's one of the best shooters in the league. Yeah, but I thought the Longhorns had a really good defensive plan for him, or defensive plan of attack for Hubbard there, or not just for Hubbard, for the entire Bulldog team. So look, I still think this is too little for me. Again, we talked about the movement that needs to happen for the Longhorns. They need to have a marquee win, and I don't think the Mississippi State Bulldogs is a marquee win. For me, the marquee win would be to win the SEC tournament, because you got to go through Bama, and you're going to have either Bama or either Auburn, right? And it's not to say that it can't be done. Little brother took down Auburn last night, and you want to talk about an odd turn of events. Some of the best point getters in the conference last night weren't able to get their bunnies. And hell, and Broom, one of the most dominant dudes in the damn, not just league, but in the nation, really seemed like he struggled last night. So, again, your thoughts?
Bruce Pearl said they were physically dominated. So, what does that tell you? For A&M there. So, yeah, it can happen, but the whole thing is what needs to happen right here is you need a lot of wins, and you need them to happen often at this point. But that's the problem with this team, is that the consistency, none of that's there. So if you stack up 2 wins at the end of the regular season, that's fine. But I think when you get into the tournament, that's where you're going to get physically handled. I think as you get into that second game, as you get into maybe the first game, hell, you're going to be a lower seed. So I just don't see it happening, man.
And everybody, like, I'm with Jake here. Like, I would love to see Trey Johnson and what he could do in the tournament, but how far? Like, my question is, and of course, maybe if he balls out and has a 30-point game or a 35-point game, of course the Longhorns might actually end up advancing and getting to the next stage. But I'm not confident that the Longhorns survive and advance out of the first round, even if they get in. So if they get in, what would they be, a 9, maybe a 10?
Yeah.
Seriously, like, at this point, not even a 10. We're talking maybe 12, right? Like, it'd be tough. If you're talking the last 4 in, or maybe even a play-in, you got to be thinking a lower seed than 12, right? I think a 10 is very gracious for the Longhorns to get in, but
yeah,
even if they get an invitation, I don't see it higher than 12. Like, I just don't. It's gonna be a tough road for the Longhorns.
And I just don't see that this team can be, one of those with the upset special.
Yeah, 11. So Jake's got him at like an 11 or a 12, Rodney.
Yeah. And the thing about it is, I think if you get in and you can win a first round game in the tournament, I think that's a win, literally, for this. And then, but what happens then the outcry is going to be, okay, then what do you do with the coach? I saw our man Kurt Bowles now writing, I think, for the Chronicle in Houston, that he said one of the biggest problems, one of the things that could save Rodney Terry, depending on what happens here at the end, is what it's going to cost to bring in a top level coach and staff, on the UT side. Do they want to make that investment? So
no, I see where you're going there, but UT's got money to make that happen regardless.
Agree
of the name brand. So my question is, who is the name brand? What's the name brand? What's the succession plan to have, you filled the shoes of Rodney Terry? And is it enough to keep in continuity, or does that dude have recruits just, all up and down his arm and sleeve and ready to bring into the burnt 40, or to the 40. So we'll see. I saw Broom. Yeah, I saw Broom still played, LB. Broom still played most of the damn night. But still he sustained an injury. We'll see how Auburn's able to survive with the their big man actually taking some knocks last night.
Yeah, and that's the thing where it's going to be so important with this hire, because when you did the Chris Beard hire, that was going to be your guy to lead you forward for a long time, and of course that didn't work out.
Yeah, but we got to get past that. I mean, we've been talking about that forever, and like, look, man, that's old news, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
you got to be willing to eat that bag and move on with it, and accept the day that you have right now, and that's Rodney Terry. So
right, but with this next hire, that's what you need to have. And to your point, there's not anybody there. I don't think that. I mean, I see Royale Ivy throwing out a lot. I mean, great young coaching talent right there. I mean, I think a lot of that is, a lot of the home feels, right there. Bring one of your own dudes back, but I mean, who do you get? And that's the people that we've thrown around in here that are younger coaches. I think that could take this program forward for 10 to 15 years. I don't think they want to leave where they are. So that's where this is going to be so interesting at this point, once this is all said and done. But when it comes to getting into the tournament, I mean, I don't have the greatest hopes. That last night didn't really, it wasn't an aha moment for me where something's going to change.
Nope. It's still nice to see, though, regardless.
Oh, yeah.
It's still nice to see a win. But what else we got on the slate, partner? What do you want to get into?
Talked about A&M right there. Before we go anywhere else, I'll tell you what we should do. Let's talk about our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Those new or pre-owned car trucks or SUVs are going to take care of you. Here they are. It's Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Check them out at covertbcave.com. Wags, your man Saquon Barkley, he's getting a haul, man. Dude's getting paid as he should, right?
Yeah, man. I don't know if this will be a trend in the NFL, and I don't think that. I'm pretty sure Saquon's going to be the anomaly here, right? I don't think that many running backs are going to get a bag. I think that Saquon absolutely deserves every ounce of coin that he's getting here. But again, will he be able to reproduce the season that he had? That's my biggest question.
Mm-hmm.
Now, look, the Eagles are giving him this so that they don't look like the Giants and are able to keep an established running game too. Because what the Eagles have been a running back by committee for 3-4 years now. And apparently they feel like they found their dude and this workhorse can stay healthy. There were some setbacks with the Giants, but if Saquon is able to stay upright and stay on the field, then absolutely this makes sense, man.
Yeah, and it's deserved. I mean, it's a good payday for him. And the whole thing is just go back and look at what Philadelphia's done. I mean, we talk about organizations that are doing things that, I mean, the offensive line is solid. They've got pieces in place right there where they could go on a little bit of a run right here. Are they going to win another Super Bowl next year? I don't know, but you definitely have them in the mix because they've got everybody locked in and they've got the pieces in place. So good for him. And good, like we said, man, good for running backs, because we were just talking about this yesterday. I get so tired when you talk about where the running back has kind of got, is that position really important? You damn right it is. Look what that dude just did. I mean, that's a piece right there that was missing for them. They were in the Super Bowl two years ago, but they didn't have Saquon Barkley.
My question to you is, what does this do for the rest of the running backs?
It kind of lifts that market up a little bit for them. And I think some of these guys that are going to be in free agency right now, it's going to give them a little bit of leverage to be able to hopefully negotiate better deals. Again, nobody did what Saquon Barkley did, but at least the running backs have a little bit to fall back on to where that market is now going to increase itself a little bit. like a wide receiver market has done, where it's just plummeted or expanded and blown up, and is now the ultimate offensive spot where people are bringing in, big contracts. So hopefully that's what happens for running backs. I want to see that running back market explode a little bit on the financial side.
I'm trying to see who's up next for running backs to get paid here. I don't think anybody's going to get $20 million a year. Is it Kamara? Is Kamara the next one? But like, maybe Cook just got his bag, I think. Or no, Cook is next, as a matter of fact. I think Cook's going to be coming up off of a damn rookie deal. Or maybe he's going to be looking for an extension. But I tried to narrow this down last night to see who the next running back would be that would be with a bag deservingly like that. And I don't know. I would think maybe Cooks is the one dude that I would pay, or maybe like Gibbs. Gibbs is kind of proving his worth, I think, a little bit there up in Detroit. But again, the scarcity between the dudes that are able to tote the rock like a Saquon Barkley is few and far between. Maybe it's Henry's not worth $20 million a year, right? Like,
no,
and not too many people were doing what Saquon Barkley was doing too. So I think a lot of that magic was based off of what Jalen Hurts can do too, and just the thread off of that passing attack. But still, the Hog Mollies up front for Philadelphia seem to be one of the best in the NFL. At least the best unit right now in the NFL, and that showed in the performance and the productivity between the ground and pound of Saquon Barkley. So you're going to have to keep them happy too, right? Hopefully there's enough money left over to keep all that linemen all together at Philadelphia.
I see Jake just kind of popped in right there. I mean, it could be Bijan.
What did Kamara? I thought Kamara got paid. What was Kamara's bag?
He got paid, and that was a weird thing where I thought at one point last year there was even some discussion where the Saints, with everything, I
don't think anybody's gotten $20 million. Like, this has been the highest standard since Gurley, I think.
Yeah.
What is this set for Bijan? I mean, Jake brings up Bijan Robinson. He I think 2 years, maybe he could probably push for an extension, or probably push for a new contract, man. I think that seems to be the trend before the contract even hits 2 years or a year before. That's when people start to ask for, a pay raise. But
and this goes back to where Atlanta, if they would go do the things that Philadelphia's done and get him that offensive line and get him all of that. We talked about the receivers yesterday. I mean, I still don't understand.
Rob brings up Rodney. Sorry to interrupt you, but Rob brings up a really good point. Yeah. What I was trying to think, like, he's not even established in their offense yet. So right. I don't know if that's where you were going, but
yeah, that's the other part of that. If he was the featured commodity there in the offense, I mean, because I mean Michael Penix moving forward is going to be the quarterback right there. So it is. This is the time, but you got to have those guys up front, because obviously, like we've talked about on the outside and with Kyle Pitts, you haven't had that productivity. I don't care what the coaching staff is; it just hadn't been there. So I think if Bijan could have follow up the year that he had this year, because all in all, I think Bijan had a fantastic year given all the circumstances right there. So he may be the next one. But it is. And the thing that makes Barkley, in my opinion, so unique, Wags, is this is a guy with a lot of miles on him that's had, injury history somewhere else. And he came back and he put this down. So to your point,
can I say something for Barkley though? Can I speak to that? Even regardless of his injuries, right? He played, like, he did the most to play through the injuries. Mm-hmm. And I would argue, and of course this is probably a cop-out. This sounds like a cop-out coming from a Giants fan. I would argue that if he didn't have to do so much, or if he wasn't leaned on so much, he probably would have been able to keep himself upright a little bit more, right? I think money being invested into the wrong people. I'm not talking about the quarterback. I'm talking about, not having an offensive line to help out, Saquon Barkley in New York. I think that also, made him have to step outside of the shell of Barry Sanders and kind of channel that, that GOAT factor to try and, put the Giants on his back and carry him when there was no blocking even going down. So this is, again, this is really good for Saquon Barkley. It sucks as a Giants fan to see somebody like this come from your team and then go to your rival and, get a bag like this. But man, I think it was 41 million for 2 years, 41 million, 41.6, I think, or 41.2. I got to pull up the actual numbers here. 41.2. So it averages for 2 years. So it averages out to be like 20 million a year. But yeah, absolutely well-deserved by Saquon Barkley. Just burns, man. It really does sting because what could have been, right? And I say that, but that's a hypothetical what could have been because I just listed all the reasons that it couldn't. You know what I mean? There wasn't an offensive line or an offense established in place for Saquon to put up the numbers that he did this year. But yeah, kudos to him. I feel like he was well deserving of it and should have had it in New York, so he wouldn't have lost it. Hindsight's 2020. There again, there's my rant. There's my rant on Saquon.
Yeah, that's one of the guys that you can't let him get away,
And he did. That's the girlfriend that's gonna hurt, right? That's the one you're gonna look up. You're gonna wish, you're gonna wish them well, and wish them a great family. But then you're always gonna be looking back, wondering, what could have been.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, but the whole thing is with the Giants, I think where it's even more frustrating is you had him for a while and you still couldn't get this out of him. But and I say get this out of him, it's not anything. The Eagles have, and it kills me to say this, I mean, the Eagles have done everything right. And the Eagles have built this franchise into, one of the top franchises, obviously, the world champions.
Yeah, hitting in the war room helps too, right?
Yeah.
Drafting, nothing but Georgia players.
Yeah.
That's a good recipe.
And what have they done when we talk about all these teams that struggle? What did they do? We just said it a while ago. They go in there and they fill the trenches. They fill the trenches and that's the basis of everything. And this is I saw the Cowboys yesterday restructured CD. So
what he end up getting?
I don't know the exact numbers on it, but they restructured his deal. I think you're probably going to save about 20 million there with that deal. But at the same time, they did re-sign Oza. He's re-signed. So good. Good. Be proactive like that, because in re-signing that dude, Dallas didn't do what they always do and wait until the very last minute and then cost you more than it was going to cost you in the first place. So that's a step in the right direction. I think maybe these guys are finally figuring out, seeing what the Eagles and the Commanders are doing, that there you go. That's how you need to do business. So 2 good moves right there. CB says, don't sign Aaron Rodgers, the Giants. I heard that thrown around as well, that could be a landing spot. It's still, do you want to go across town? Yeah. The Giants in the position that they're in, I don't think you go that route. I don't know who's going to sign that dude. Maybe it is the Raiders. I'm not sure, but yeah, that's all done. Devontae Adams released yesterday as well. Speaking of Aaron Rodgers, so one of his buddies is now free. So that's another wide receiver that's out on the market right there, Wags. I don't know if you think that that's a dude that follows Aaron Rodgers wherever he may go, if there's a good landing spot for him somewhere.
I was having a conversation with a buddy who's a Raiders fan yesterday, and I said, well, what's the chances that you think Rodgers ends up as the bridge with Pete Carroll there, and then they bring Devontae Adams back? And he cussed me out left and right. He's just like, there's no way in hell we're going to give money for an old washed up. We gave too much money for him when he was supposedly in his prime, and then to have them come back and run the antics and then destroy what's supposedly being the future being installed for Vegas just isn't going to happen. So I don't know if that tandem's going to wind up together again. And if they do, I don't think it's going to be in Vegas.
Yeah. I'd like to see Devontae Adams go somewhere, kind of spread his wings and fly. Like you talk about when the kids leave the house, let him get out of the nest and go somewhere and do something on your own. Get away from that guy. I know he was doing that with the Raiders, but I just think that. And then there's Alan Lazard. I think the Jets have also given Alan Lazard, permission to go out and seek another deal. So I think the Jets are over the whole Aaron Rodgers, everything, the whole Aaron Rodgers tree they're setting out on their own. But I think Devontae Adams could go somewhere and be a contributor. I really think he can. I still think he has that in him, but get away from Rodgers. Just quit following the circus. Do your own thing. And Rodgers, I don't know where he's going. I don't see the place for him.
I really don't give a shit where Rodgers goes. I think he's going to be irrelevant. Back to CeeDee Lamb real quick. I looked this up. So the restructure deal that he has will free $20 million in cap space for the Cowboys. And what the Cowboys are going to do, apparently take this $675 million that's owed to him, and then just reconvert that into a bonus to kind of sprinkle that out into a little bit of cash bonus there so that they can allow the cap room. They kind of had to do this and I think we all kind of hit this on the head, right? They were probably going to do this to CeeDee Lamb or Dak Prescott to allow them to create something for Micah Parsons. And if you're Micah Parsons, what's the deal that you get done there? Like, what's the number that you're looking for? What's the number that he's going to be requesting, right? And you got to keep everybody happy. You find, is Micah Parsons a top edge rusher?
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you get ahead of it early, like the Cowboys did not do or failed to do last year? Do they get ahead of it early and start establishing the line there or make him the line there?
Yeah,
I think, or else somebody else might get the damn bag, and then you got to meet that line. So if your Cowboys don't flirt with the death, you just made 20 million in space. I'd try and attain that as best as possible.
I think their next move, in my opinion, would be that get Dak restructured. Figure that part out.
Jake just hit it on the head. We were just talking about that. Restructuring Dak.
Yeah, because that, I mean, you can kind of hold on to Micah right there. Micah wants to be there. I mean, hell, who wouldn't? I mean, the dude has the flexibility to do whatever the hell he wants with his podcasts and so forth. Anywhere else he goes, they may try to lock him down and shut him down and tell him to shut up. So, I mean, the thing about it is he wants to be there, and you need him. The Cowboys need him. But I think that first matter of business, and Dak Prescott needs to be as a leader. And again, this is all this money, and I'm talking about a man and his money. Dak needs to be very accommodating to this. I mean, I think that Dak, if he really wants to push this organization in the right way, Dak needs to be very forthcoming and maybe even initiate this and say, let's get this done so we can get that other piece in place and start moving forward.
Has Dak not done that? I feel like Dak has been that.
Yeah, because even as the whole contract thing was going last year, it was never, Dak said he didn't play for the money. You remember that part where he's like,
right.
But it's not about the money.
I feel like Dak's actions towards the front office have been pretty professional. Have they not?
Always.
Okay.
Yeah, very, very much a Cowboy
I'm
guy.
sorry. I thought you were trying to argue that they weren't.
No. I'm just saying that he needs to continue that pattern and get this going and get your other guy signed. That way, because that's more money that you free up if you do that, if you get Dak restructured, and then you get Micah in the mix, and then you figure out and go get into free agency and try something new. I mean, they did yesterday. That restructuring, when I saw that, I'm like, man, that's proactive. That's not reactive. So maybe they figured this out, Wags. Maybe they figured this out until they screw this up.
I don't think they did, but we shall see. So
yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's the Dallas Cowboys, but you got to think, if you're the Jones, you're looking back and you're seeing what Philadelphia's doing, and it's like, damn. And Deebo Samuel going to the Commanders. Damn, we're falling further behind. Aaron Rodgers to the Giants. Whoa, no, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
It's
Please.
Wednesday, Rodney. Why are you messing with my emotions?
Because that's what I'm here for, buddy.
Okay,
that's what I'm here for. So yeah, we'll see.
Oh, what's next on the slate? Where you want to go?
Hey, speaking of money, did you see our man Arch Manning? Arch Manning has that new Uber deal, the Waymo. That's a driverless car, I think.
Now, what is this?
His new endorsement deal is with Uber.
But I read up on the deal, but what is the Waymo?
It's like a driverless car. There's no driver. It drives itself.
From Tesla, or who's the maker? Is Waymo the actual manufacturer of the car?
I don't think it's a Tesla. I'm not familiar with all these cars. If it doesn't have,
let me look the damn thing up then. Waymo. I love how you bring it up and you
like that. Waymo. Yeah,
let me find out Waymo here.
Yeah.
So
Waymo,
so tell me more about this Arch deal.
He's getting paid a lot of money because we don't know the details. We don't know how much it is, but this is everything that we saw, the commercial, the families involved. So can you imagine the haul that he's getting? Once we finally figure out what this number is going to be, I mean, this may be the endorsement deal, highest one yet at this point. Uber's got a lot of money, Wags. Yeah, Waymo. There it is.
So Waymo
that is a Tesla-looking car.
Okay, it's their own. I guess it's their own manufactured line. Okay, they're in a few cities right now: Austin, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Phoenix. And I guess Arch has landed a great NIL deal with this company here. I saw the commercial between Arch and then Archie and Cooper there. I didn't know what Waymo was. I thought Waymo was just like a company like Uber, but apparently it's an actual car company. So
I actually thought when I first heard that, I thought it was like one of the scooter things.
Coming soon to Atlanta and Miami. All right.
Yeah. So there you go. And this is, Arch has been, I don't know if we would want to say that he's been hesitant or resistant to doing deals like this, but the fact that he kind of jumps in with this one, I mean, the financial part absolutely matters, but just not what I thought his first endorsement deal would be, to be honest with you.
Well, what did you think it would be? Does it matter what his endorsement deal would have been?
That doesn't matter at all. I didn't think it would be 444444444, but I just thought it would be more along the lines of, like Chevrolet, Ford, a food company or something like that. I didn't know it'd be a driverless car.
Gotcha.
I didn't know it'd be a driverless car. Something different. Hey, good for him. He's getting paid. He should be. This is the first of many, I'm sure.
Yeah, I thought his first deal was Red Bull, and then he had Panini too. So I think, and then I think his Panini deal made more than Brock Purdy's contract. So I think Archie's doing okay, bud.
He's going to do fine.
I'm more interested in the damn technology behind Waymo.
Yeah, would you ride in a driverless car?
No, I wouldn't.
No. I'm apprehensive riding in a car when somebody else is actually driving, much less a driverless
I get car sick too. Like if I ride in the back and I don't have any air coming in, and not just air, like I actually need airflow. Like I get a little car sick. I get a little womps, right? Yeah, I would have to take complete control of, I don't know, what do they call it? It doesn't have a wheel. Does it have a shaft? What the hell is this? I'm looking in here and I don't even see there's I guess there's some cars have steering wheels and some don't. Yeah. No, but I would not indulge in a like a self-controlled car. That gives me the heebie-jeebies. It gives me, there's too many things can happen that I'm not in control of.
Yeah, you get in that thing. I'm watching a video right now. This is like in Phoenix. You get in there and there's a steering wheel there and it just goes and it turns and the wheel turns and all that. I'm not good with that at all. I saw there that they're maybe not on highways yet. Well, I mean, hell, if I'm going somewhere, I'm probably going to need to be on the highway, but that is just way too uneasy for me. I mean, there's a lot of knuckleheads on the road, man. There's a lot of knuckleheads
around. Do we know the number behind this deal? How much money Arch is getting for Waymo?
Not yet.
Is that undisclosed, or we just haven't found it out?
As far as I know, it hasn't been released yet. Which I could be wrong. But imagine that. You're sitting there waiting, and this thing rolls up, and there's nobody in the driver's seat. That's not a very good feeling, Wags. That is not a very good feeling. There's a lot of times when I'm doing a ride share, it rolls up and there is somebody in the driver's seat, and that's not a very good feeling. But so there you go. Arch Manning. Waymo.
I love how it's rolled out right before South by Southwest too. Good,
right?
Good Good
right?
marketing there. Good marketing. Yeah, I'm gonna look up how much this deal is in place for here, but give me a second to do that. While I do that, though, let me tell you about our friends at Audiovisual Consultations. 512-255-8678 is the number. The website is just what I mentioned, avconsultations.com, and you can go there and see all the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years in setting the standard in audiovisual automation. In doing so, you'll see perfect displays. Maybe I think my house might even be in there. Probably not. I think it might even be taken down off the website at this point. But anyways, you'll see all the number of events that have happened or all the gallery projects that they have done so. avconsultations.com, 512-255-8678. Give them a call. No job's too big, no job's too small. And
Absolutely.
it is, my man.
Yeah, there it is.
All right, where else you want to go, amigo?
He's ranked number 1 in NIL valuation already. No specific deals have been released or no specific details regarding the numbers here between Manning and Uber. So, yeah, I'm sure.
So Uber is Waymo,
mm-hmm.
or Uber owns Waymo? Because from what I just read, it said Waymo was its own car.
Yeah, I think it's like a some type of strategic partnership right there that Uber has for that self-driving taxi service. Yeah. Partnership between Waymo and Uber is what he is doing right there. So there you go. Good for Arch.
All right, buddy. What else is next on the list?
Good for Arch. LeBron, 50,000 points, buddy. 50. Oh, no, I actually wanted to ask you this. So did you see, I know that we're kind of following along right here with Ovechkin with the chase that he's got going on right here, chasing Gretzky. Did you see now this makes it even cooler that now as he's doing this, he's going to be donating money to cancer research. How cool is that?
Yeah, he's always donated, but I mean, it's pretty cool. Like anytime that you get a chance to have, somebody donate to cancer, it's pretty damn cool. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I like that he's doing that. It's going to make this even more special once his record is broken. And as what is he? 11, 10, 11,
12,
12.
12 last. I don't think they played last night. But he was 12 away.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Good stuff right there. LeBron, 50,000 points last night on his career. So congratulations, LeBron, as they win again. Our man Sham reporting that possibly Anthony Davis, we talked about this yesterday, that even if he is able to come back, that he may be shut down now that Kyrie Irving is gone. So the Dallas debacle continues, Wags. Man, what a mess.
It is a mess. And I just saw Troy's question on Mythic Quest. No, it is queued up. Troy, I promise I will watch it tonight. It is a show that I swear to God, my wife said that she would watch with me, and I'm trying to wait for it. I don't think she'll make it through half of it, but again, I have to give her at least a little bit of the courtesy of watching it with me. So I promise I'll get it in tonight. I will.
So what is that about? What is Mythic Quest?
It's on Apple, and apparently it's right up my wheelhouse. I have no clue, Rodney. I have to check it out.
So we watched. Well, actually, I didn't start watching this, but I got hooked in last night as the basketball was going on. There was a little docu-series. I don't know if it was on Hulu or where it was that the wife was watching about the woman that had they had like 8 kids. I think there were 8 kids, and she took it upon herself to think that she was like Jesus. And then I'll look this up here in just a second. It was called the Devil Inside or something like that, about a lady named Ruby. Can't remember what her name is. Ruby Frank. Ruby Frank was this lady's name. So she was a vlogger, and she would go on and she would do all of these videos about being a mom and her kids and all the great home life and how much she loved being a mother. And then somehow it's called The Devil in the Family, The Fall of Ruby Frank. It's like a three-piece series in there. And you start seeing all the behind the scenes.
I'm looking it up now.
Dude, watch it. It's maybe not watch it, because it's going to piss you off when you see what she does right here. And then there's a therapist that's going to be helping, that's supposed to help one of the sons. Well, it winds up she invites herself to live with them or whatever, and was like really helping starve these kids. I mean, it's unbelievable, dude. It's one of those things that you start watching it, and as bad as it is, you can't turn it off. You just absolutely cannot turn it off. Yeah, Ruby Frank. And the bad thing is, good looking girl. The woman's not a bad looking
I
woman.
saw Casey Anthony was making headlines again. What the hell? I of course I didn't go down the damn rabbit hole, but apparently she's advocating for women's rights or some shit like that. If those of you guys that have been under a rock or under a rug, this is the lady that hell, I can't even remember if she was acquitted of her charges, but apparently her daughter, like her daughter was found dead, and she was a known suspect, and now she's out in the public lobbying for women's rights. So
yeah.
Oh boy.
Well, and that's where this whole new dynamic, because it is, you saw a lot of the vlogs that she was doing, and it is, I'm a great mother, whatever, but a very narcissistic person when it was all said and done, and just a really, really bad person. The one of the kids, the way this thing finally blew up is they had him in lockdown. I mean, and they had him like hidden in different parts of the houses and stuff, Wags. So this kid gets out and he goes and like knocks on a neighbor's door, and the kid's got duct tape around his ankles and all these different things where they had him put away. It's very sad, but again, like I said, it's horrible, but you can't stop watching it.
Ruby Frank. I don't know if I'll be watching that with the old lady. I'll probably be watching that in solitude here.
Yeah, that's probably something you should watch alone. Probably.
Yeah, I think so. Anything left on the slate, man, that we got to get to, or you want to bullshit?
What do we have? I did want to ask you, because I'm getting on the road here in a little bit. And one thing that I have on my list that I need to work on when I get where I'm going is, do we have our top 5?
So we were flirting with the idea of top 5 female performers in wrestling, right? Then we were also flirting with the idea of top 5 performers in wrestling because of WrestleMania. But I mean, we could have worst athletes of all time. We could have top 5 female performers, or just of just singers in general. I don't know. I'll leave the playbook open to the rest of the chat too. So again, we have a few candidates. We have at least 3 that we'll be able to put into the spin wheel for tomorrow. But again, or I guess no, that'll be Friday. No, the spin wheel's tomorrow. Spin wheel tomorrow, and then we talk about the top 5 on Friday.
Yeah. So you guys tell us. You can go in the chat right here. We can go back and look at this, or on the Coda text line.
Top 5 divas. Okay, top 5 divas.
Yeah, that one does seem like a good one, because I think that one's pretty open. The diva's been around for a while, because remember you mentioned Moolah, and the other one I was thinking about was Mae Young. That was that other old lady.
I can't remember Mae Young.
Mae Young was older than Moolah, or looked older than Moolah. They were kind of a tandem there at one time, and then when it kind of blew up there with Sonny and Sable and some of the others that we talked about, and now are they still divas now, or are they just female?
I think that they are female wrestlers. I think that divas was just a term to kind of get everybody ready for a female wrestler, but I don't know. I'm sure there's more divas out there. I think technically a diva is classified as like a manager, right? No, they would just be considered a manager, because
those were valets back in the day. They called them valets. Like they would come out. Can you remember that?
Was like Elizabeth the manager, or was she the manager of Macho Man?
I think she was like the valet, I think is what they called her. Because I remember like way back when, and I'm talking way back in the 80s, like Jimmy Garvin wrestled in Dallas in World Class, and he had Sunshine and then Precious that wound up, they were like his valets. They would come out.
What about Sapphire? Was Sapphire not the manager of Ted DiBiase?
Sapphire?
Sweet Sapphire.
I think she was a valet.
Dusty Rhodes. How do you not remember Sweet Sapphire?
No, I remember her. The black girl?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. She was shit. She'd kick anybody's ass.
How do you? But I mean, there was Ted DiBiase who stole her away from the Dream, from Dusty Rhodes.
From Dusty Rhodes, yeah.
Because and then he tried to do the same thing with money, and then they were just saying no blood is thicker than money, or that was the storyline or the campaign behind DiBiase's antagonist. But yeah, like Sweet Sapphire was a known manager. I don't know if she was a chauffeur or whatever you wanted to call her, but I'm pretty sure she was a manager.
Do you remember Baby Doll?
No.
So I think she was with the Horsemen for a while. She was with Ric Flair. I think she actually started here in World Class. I think she was like the Lady Giant or something is what they called her. Big. I mean, she was just massive.
I don't, but we'll definitely put it down into a top 5 or get them into the top 5. I'm trying to think of other top 5 that we could roll out besides divas. Of course, you can always take some of the top 5 that we didn't get into, or maybe some of the losing top 5 candidates and throw them back into the wheel. That's always something that we can do.
I also thought about when you mentioned South by early in the week. I thought about we could have done, the top 5 acts or whatever that you want to call it that have graced South by. But now that it's a movie fest and music, it would have to be more specific to music. But again, that's more of an Austin event, or a lot of people that maybe.
I think South by is more tech related now than anything, right?
Yeah,
more than just a movie fest or a music event.
Yeah.
South by is more tech related than anything.
Yeah, the music is more ACL fest.
What's up, Mike? We see you, buddy.
And then all the different things at Coda. But yeah, I thought about the South by Southwest. But again, there may be people that aren't in the know about that. So
we can go with top 5 movies that feature Austin, or top 5 movies that feature
Texas. Maybe Texas.
Yeah, that would be kind of an easy. That would be an easier one to throw in there. I think if you do movies that feature Austin, you'd have to go with like, clearly Dazed and Confused. That's the first one that comes to my mind, right?
Yeah. Office Space.
You'd have to do a lot of lead letter movies. Is Office Space in Austin?
Yeah, that office. Those pictures of that office building that was out there, I think now.
Right, but is it meant to set place in Austin? Like I don't
think so.
I know Dazed and Confused is set in Austin. Like they make it known in Austin.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I don't think that. I don't. Did that actually have a? I don't think they actually did a location. Did they identify a location?
Yeah, they talk about the Moon Tower. Man, I'm kidding. The Moon Tower was brought on after that movie.
Way back. It was way back.
No, they talk about they don't list a high school. I thought they mention the Rebels, but they don't mention a high school. I was going to say Hayes, but it's not Hayes. The Hayes Rebels. It's not Hayes.
Oh no, they're certainly not that anymore.
Nope.
They are the what are they now? The Hayes Hawks.
Hayes Hawks.
The Hayes Hawks.
Now we're getting yeah, I mean. With slow days like this, Rodney, if you'll allow me, I'll go down and talk about hockey when we need to fill the void or fill the hole. But
do it, my brother. Absolutely.
Yeah, usually I like to have you a part of the conversation too, amigo.
It's all good, dude. It is all good. I can follow right along with you, whatever you want.
Anything else left on the slate before we got to get out of here?
That's all I got, brother. I gotta pack up and get ready to get the heck on out of here for a day or two.
Where are you heading this time?
Heading to Shreveport, Louisiana, brother. Heading to Shreveport. So when I see you all tomorrow, I will have a beautiful hotel setting behind me. So no telling what you'll see back there. Staying at the Hilton.
You're on the road 24/7 these days now, man.
Staying at the Hilton, my man. So that's what we'll do. But yeah, keep dropping those top 5 ideas so we can get them into the spinning wheel tomorrow, and we will get all of that figured out.
You want to talk about Texas baseball surviving or what?
How about that? 10-5. 10-5. That's 10 in a row, brother. That is 10 in a row for the Texas baseball team.
How long you think we can keep this up?
When does SEC start?
Do a bit for each win in succession that Texas has. We should do something like chug a beer.
Chug a beer.
Trying to think of something easy that we can do. Push-ups. Do push-ups in succession. You know what I mean? If we're trying to better ourselves, right? Maybe so tomorrow when we come on here, when do they play next? They play on the
Friday
7th, Friday. So next time we come on here, if they get the victory and we come on Monday and it's still in succession, then we got to do 11 push-ups, and then we got to do 12 push-ups, and it just keeps adding and accruing like that. Want to make a little bit of a pledge there or no?
You trying to kill me?
I'm asking before we dedicate this thing.
I'll try it. How are we gonna get the? I can't get my camera down.
Baseball up, something to keep Texas baseball alive.
Hey, if that motivates them, let's do it. I don't think
knowing that they'll see us will be like, hey, we got to lose one for the boys here.
Yeah. I may call in a favor. Hey, Slosh, Could you drop a Tuesday game, buddy, please? If I do, look, what do they play 3 times this weekend? If they get to 13 and I'm able to do 13 push-ups, I'm calling Slosh and like, dude, drop the Tuesday game. Forfeit. Don't even play.
Weekend series come up against Santa Clara.
Yeah, like don't even play, please, because I can't do 13. I don't even know if I can do 3. I don't know.
How you feeling about the Longhorns baseball team so far?
I mean, pitching is still where I revert back to. And of course, it's been good.
There's been it's clearly been a lot better this season, or especially in the early campaign, than it was all last year, right?
It's a good start. It's a good start. It's a good start. It's a good start, and it is. That's where baseball is so different, like we talked about, to where like we said with UTSA last night. I mean, UTSA can beat the number 14, 15, whatever.
It's going to change in 2 weeks, right?
Absolutely.
We'll have a different opinion in 2 weeks. So
absolutely. Take a looky there. There's the men of the 11 o'clock or 10 o'clock hour.
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
How we doing?
Oh, living
good. Real quick, before y'all get out of here, since I know y'all pay probably more attention than Will and I combined, has it not been hilarious seeing A&M baseball go? I think they're 6-5 or 5-6 right now.
6-5.
When they're like, "Don't worry, Early's got it. Everyone's coming back. It'll be all right." And I don't even play baseball, or I haven't played baseball since I was maybe like 10 or 11. I haven't paid attention to baseball since I was maybe 10 or 11.
I still think they're one of the
just like the stuff that comes across my Twitter feed compared to what it was at the end of June when they took Schloss. Hilarious. And also, like, one thing that kind of surprised me, I saw A&M basketball retired Wade Taylor's jersey
already,
and I was like, "What the hell?" Like, I remember Wade Taylor in high school. I'm like, he's a retire his jersey guy. What? And he's apparently the all-time leading scorer.
That's not very surprising there.
And I was just like, how is he the all-time leading scorer? It kind of just blew my mind. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Tradition rich history there at A&M, I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, boys.
What's on the plate today, guys?
Oh, what do we got, Will?
A little bit of everything. A little bit of 2027 recruiting. So it should be a real exciting show. And last half of the show, we've been spending kind of miscellaneous stuff. So a fun little bag today.
All right, well, we'll be looking forward to that fun little bag, guys. We'll bid you adieu and let you at it.
See you later, guys.
See you
tomorrow. All right, Jordan. Wednesday here. We have got a good amount to talk about. Not a lot of, super exciting news coming out of the recruiting world. It seems like we have a quiet week for the first time in at least a month here. Just not too much, official visit scheduling. But we have learned of a couple players, scheduling unofficial visits with Texas. So let's go ahead and start with that. The first one that comes to mind is Xavier Griffin-Haynes out of Rollsville, North Carolina. So 4-star edge, not currently in the top 247, but does have a 4-star rating. He had a pretty good relationship with Texas edge coach Lalon Clark when he was at Ohio State, and Texas had not offered up until yesterday. Not super surprising. We've actually mentioned this on the show before. I think last week we talked about how Texas has not, recruited North Carolina like crazy under Sark. But they sent this offer to Xavier Griffin-Haynes it must have been 1 p.m. North Carolina time. And he actually reported the offer at 1:05 p.m. North Carolina time. At 1:02 p.m., he posted a top schools graphic that already had Texas in it. So obviously he'd been waiting for this offer from Texas, and it came as not too much of a surprise. And all of a sudden, Texas is already a team to look out for here. So Jordan, in a class where we feel like we know who at least one of the edges will eventually be, and we're not exactly sure how many will fit in this class. Have you had a chance to look at Xavier Griffin-Haynes at all and seeing what Texas might be getting here?
I have not, but one thing I do want to say, Texas. How about this? I just want to look to make sure the timestamps are correct, but Tom Loy posted this visit graphic about, unofficial spring visits coming up. Obviously, you see the Longhorn logo there from March 22nd. That's when we'll be in town. And then, hey, offers him a few days later or a day later. So maybe he just took some time posting offers. Sometimes kids will do that. It's kind of weird, but, they do that. So maybe that's what happened. Or they got a visit scheduled and they're like, hey, man, come on down here, and made it pretty clear he would be offered. Sometimes, it mostly only happens with in-state kids, but sometimes Texas will try to get kids on campus before offering them. So, they can send them down in Sark's office, and it's kind of, just more meaningful than the position coach FaceTiming or calling them, being like, hey, you're offered, So could that have been the plan originally? Perhaps. And then, they saw, or heard he's going to drop a top 10 or top schools list soon. They wanted to make sure they were in it. So either way, the edge board and everything in edge recruiting is pretty interesting right now. You kind of brought up a guy we think is going to end up in the class, Jamarian Carlton. He doesn't even have an official visit scheduled, right? And that kind of a little bit concerning, but, we did cover a lot of him this past week. So I guess go back to, I think, Friday's episode. But they're going to have to sign at least 2 edges in this class. They aim to sign at least 2 edges in every class, kind of like running backs. And, last year they signed a great one, Lance Jackson. He's also a guy who is very similar to his brother in the way that he could line up, head up with the guard all the way to outside the tackle or even outside the tight end if, there's an inline blocker. So Lance Jackson, I think, is a guy who can contribute day one. I think he will, I don't know about play day one, but I think he will appear in more than 4 games as a true freshman. But on the other hand, you have Smith the Rugbo, who showed up to Texas at 209 pounds, right? And where he comes from, A-Leaf Hastings, it's, they work with what they got. And at Hastings, when I was there in the spring, the head coach told me over half the kids in the football program are on meal plans, right? So what Smith the Rugbo is about to go through and what he's gone through with the Texas SAC program is something he's never experienced in his life. And, the hope is that the weight can get on him, the great weight, and he can continue, building up his body. The main success story people always bring up, Brian Arakpo, he showed up to Texas at like 220 and left at like 280, 275. So the hope is he can put on that weight. But the point I'm trying to make here, Lance Jackson, day one contributor, most likely. But Smith the Rugbo is going to need some time. And the year before, you took Colin Simmons, who obviously was a day one impact, player. But the other edge take was Zena Umeozulu, who was kind of similar to Smith the Rugbo, where he had a long ways to go. Had a lot of technique. I'd say more technique, and I think was closer to playing year one than Smith the Rugbo will be. And a lot of that comes from him playing in the Allen program compared to A-Leaf Hastings. But Zena needed to put on weight. And he has. I believe he's 260 now after showing up around 220. So the hope is that happens with Smith the Rugbo. But with Zena, he's still about a year away, right? So I do like what Texas has done, where they take, a day one guy and then, a longer developmental guy who still has a lot of potential. But, it's trying to figure out who fits which category. And I love Jamarian Carlton. Don't ever get that twisted. One of my favorite prospects in this cycle. But he's going to need some time. Right, played his junior season around 240. Basketball comes, he's in the 230s. When I saw him last week, he was up in the 240s again. But he could hold, with his wingspan, frame space, he could probably get up to 280, 290 in about a year or two in college, right? And again, with where his recruitment is at, kind of interesting. So they made it pretty clear that Jamarian Carlton is the only in-state edge they're really talking to. When we spoke with KJ Ford at Under Armour Dallas, he told us he hadn't heard from Texas in weeks, which, is a sign that they're going to go other directions than KJ Ford. So, Jamarian Carlton, that's the in-state guy, but a ton of new edge offers went out to out-of-state kids. So Trenton Henderson, Xavion Griffin-Hayes, like you mentioned, and a few other guys, Rodney Dunham, they're going to try to get them on campus, and, seeing who actually has genuine, real interest in the Longhorns is going to help decide that board. And also, like, budgeting, we just got to mention it. That's how recruiting is nowadays, right? It's NIL budget and Brandon Harris being a general manager and figuring out, okay, is it actually worth it giving this guy what he's asking for? And 9 times out of 10, out-of-state kids are more expensive than in-state kids, right? So my thought process is they will eventually figure it out with Carlton, but they're going to have to pay up and figure out a way to get one of the out-of-state kids. And the first step to making that happen is making sure they get on campus this spring. And this was exactly what they're doing with Xavier Griffin-Hayes. So, obviously y'all saw that graphic. There's a lot of different schools he's going to visit, but, Texas casting a much wider net than I feel like they have in recent years and, making sure they have several backup options. I've kind of talked about it a lot, but, man, with Michael Fasusi, when they lost out on him, they were shit up creek without a paddle. Why? Because they thought they were getting him the entire spring and didn't really have backup options. Yes, Lamont Rogers officially visited, but they never recruited him hard enough to where they could actually pivot to him and be a realistic option. This year, how many offensive tackles are already scheduled to be on official visits? 6, right? So they're being, I think, more proactive instead of reactive. And I definitely think it's the right strategy. And, Texas, they still signed the #1 class last year. Don't get it twisted. They've done a great job. They're doing a great job. But the overall strategy of casting a wider net, trying to get more kids on campus, I think is by far and away, a better strategy than it was last year.
Yeah, I agree. And Xavier Griffin-Hayes is not the only edge that's going to be on campus. You mentioned, casting a wider net. The net this year, especially at edge, and it's, thanks in part to Allen Clark when you get basically a second coach there, recruiting those guys, whether it was Kenny Baker or PK or whoever was, leading the charge for each one of these guys. Now you have kind of a segue between both of them. So he's able to, continue the relationships he had at Ohio State. And I just don't think that's a narrative that's been kind of pushed enough over the last month or however long, Allen Clark's been at Texas, is that this is, he was a defensive assistant with the Buckeyes. But this is someone that was a pretty pivotal part, in their defensive recruiting. And they signed a great class too. Maybe wasn't #1 in the country. But I mean, they got some dogs. They do every year, especially on the D-line, especially linebackers. And, if you were looking to improve the way that you recruit a position and not just hope that there's a Lance Jackson or a Colin Simmons in your area every year, because we know that's not always the case. I mean, see multiple years in a row where there are just no elite players at a specific position within the state. And it's happened at edge before. I can think of the 22 class, no one really standing out. And they're going to be years like that. And that when that happens, you've got to go to every other state in the country.
Yeah, hey,
North Carolina, you do it better than that. And then you go to Florida.
Real quick, you made a great point. 2022, the 2 guys they signed were Ethan Burke. They offered him like right before midnight the night before signing day, and the other edge take was Billy Walton, who was Malik Muhammad's cousin. They did a great job of getting him there, and all that. But, or actually, he might have been 23. I'm not sure, but I know
he was 23.
Burke,
yeah,
Burke
I think Ethan Burke was the only one.
Yeah, no, you're right. Sorry to interrupt.
So you see years like that, and you realize we can't just recruit Texas. And I'm not saying that Texas relies on in-state too much, because that's just a bold-faced lie. That's not how it is right now. And they recruit the nation better than almost anyone. You're going to have schools like Ohio State, like Notre Dame. I would say maybe Alabama, maybe old school Alabama, maybe Georgia has kind of taken over that spot now, that will recruit the country the best, just in terms of the makeup they have and the percentage of in-state, out-of-state. But Texas is doing a damn good job of it right now. You're going to North Carolina, you're going to Florida, and there are 2 guys I like out of there. Trenton Henderson out of Pensacola. He's a 5-star player, I believe. I believe he's within the top 20 or so right now. And then Jake Krull, who I had a chance to talk to out of IMG Academy, originally from the Orlando area. And this one, could be real interesting, because this is all Allen Clark. And it feels like a broken record at this point. But Texas was not in a great position for a lot of edges a month, maybe a month and a half ago. And I'm not saying they're in prime position for Xavier Griffin-Hayes or for Trenton Henderson or for Jake Krull. But they're much better because all three of those guys had been offered by Ohio State. And if you're offered by Ohio State, and you see the way that Jack Sawyer played, you see the way that JT played, you're going to take that call anytime someone someone gives you a call. And it was usually Lyle Clark, maybe Larry Johnson, the defensive line coach up there. So they've got a very good, view of what those two coaches can do. And when one of them goes down to another program, especially a program as good and as successful as Texas, I mean, you're talking about the team that played Ohio State in the college football playoff. It's going to help out a lot. So Jake Krull out of IMG, I'm a big fan of this one. I think he's got all the mentals are there. He's not, at 6'3", 230, it's not incredible. He doesn't hold that weight as good as a lot of people would hope. But the tape is there, and then that's what I think we talk about with a lot of the recent, Texas takes, is that the tape is there, and sometimes you have to rely off that. Just looking at his scouting report right here, and he does just a little bit of everything. He's pretty efficient. He doesn't make too many big moves. That's what I noticed on the tape. And I think in edge recruiting, you want to get those guys. You want to get the highlight guys because they stand out the most. I mean, that's how it is at every position. But if you can come in for the diving sack, then it might get you a couple more offers. Jake Krull, like I said, I love. Trenton Henderson, haven't gotten as much to see on my end, and then Xavier Griffin-Haynes. So those are three right there. And Jordan, we can go through this entire.
Yeah, wanted to mention real quick with Xavier Griffin-Haynes. One thing we got to remember, I just had to remind myself, he's actually committed to Mac Brown and UNC. Decommitted once he was fired. They hired Belichick. Belichick's gone and seen him already. So UNC, I think, will definitely pose a threat. I do think if Mac Brown was able to convince him to stay home and commit to the Tar Heels when they were like 4-8 or 5-7 or whatever they were, Bill Belichick could probably do it. Also, don't want to downplay the Tar Heels' NIL operations, but there's more money flowing through there than there's ever been for football. Like Belichick is getting a way bigger budget to work with than Mac Brown ever got. And why is that? Because it's a new car smell and he's Belichick and it's a new staff. This happens every time a new staff is hired. They increase the floor of the NIL budget every time. Could UNC be dangerous? Hell yes, they could. Absolutely. So just, something to watch out for. And I mean, that's always out-of-state recruiting. If it's a guy that you feel like is good enough to where you leave the state of Texas to go recruit the kid, 9 times out of 10, the in-state schools want him to. Jamie French,
more usually,
Charles, Justice Terry, you name it, right? And another thing too that I think so many because I don't even think about this all the time, but so many Texas fans, so many just recruiting fans forget in the Southeast how close these schools actually are to each other. Like for example, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, they have a 5-star receiver, the number 1 receiver in the country, Tristan Keys. It is a shorter drive for him to go to LSU or Auburn than it is to Mississippi State or Ole Miss. Right? But if he leaves the state of Mississippi and doesn't go to Ole Miss or Mississippi State, people are going to lose their minds and laugh at them. When geographically, it's a shorter drive, right? Like Caden Prothro in Bowden, Georgia, which is, I'd say west central Georgia, right? He's closer to Auburn and Alabama than I believe he is to Athens in Georgia, right? And that's something no one really thinks about, brings up to us, stay home. Like they could stay home and go out of state still, So that's something to think about, for the Southeast area. They're a lot closer to a lot of those schools than people think. There's one other point I wanted to make that I'd forgotten about for Edge. Damn, I don't know. We'll just keep rolling.
All right, yeah, we'll keep rolling.
Actually, could I answer this question real quick?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So Steven Govia, sorry if I missed or if I butchered that, said, what's your thoughts on Colin Williams, OBJ's XOC, Del Valley's new head coach? Yes. So Del Valley Athletic Department announced that last night. Pretty interested to see what he can do there. Del Valley did lose their 2 best prospects to Weiss like 2 weeks ago. So I'm not sure who on that team is like FBS level guy, to be honest with you, or is in that program. So might have to get some guys to move in. I believe they offer specific credits to where you don't have to live in the school zone at Del Valley to attend Del Valley. So we'll see what happens. But, they play in a really good district, Lake Travis, Westlake, Dripping Springs. So we'll be fighting an uphill battle there. But really like Coach Williams, been over to LBJ, a few times. And it was kind of, I guess my connect over there. So happy for him. That's a big pay bump. First head coaching job, I believe. And, it's a 6A school. They have a ton of great facilities, a lot of funds rolling in there through the tax money with the Tesla, all that. So, excited to see what he can do. But also curious, who's LBJ going to hire as the OC, So we'll see what happens. A lot of interesting stuff going on in the Austin area for high school football. But let's keep it rolling. Where are we going next from edge recruiting?
We are going even further down the spring unofficial, list that we have so far. So Xavier Griffin Haynes is March 22nd. March 29th, there's 3 guys. Let's talk about one of them to start out. Old Ethan Booby Feaster from DeSoto, recently reclassified from the class of 27 to 26. So this is, heading into a senior season now. He's got official visits lined up. Texas is not one of them. And it does not look like Texas is going to be, one of the 2 or 3 schools to watch out for here. We believe it's going to be LSU and A&M and maybe a couple others, maybe Alabama, right? I mean, it's kind of been all over the place, and all over the place other than Austin. I'll say that. Yeah. So
he's got Miami, USC, A&M, and LSU for back-to-back June weekend OVs.
But March 29th, he's going to be in Austin. And
he will be.
That, is not with a guy who's probably not going to take an official visit. You feel like it's a little bit interesting because in some cases you would think, oh, maybe the camp and the family is kind of preparing for if one of those places is in a good spot and he's, not a take at one of the other ones and there's some issue at the third, then you take that spring unofficial. So if you still want to commit in the summer, then the Texas is good. This visit, I don't understand really at all. I'm not sure what the connection between Chris Jackson and Booby Feaster is right now. Jordan, would love to hear your insight on why you think this visit is happening.
Yeah, so one, Texas, they don't do official visits before the month of June. The earliest they ever do them is when it's a scenario like this year where it's May 30th through June 1st. Booby booked the other 4 OVs and then hit up Texas like, yeah, I'm coming in May. And they were like, we don't do OVs in May. So if he's going to officially visit Texas before he makes a decision that he says he'll make in July or August, well, they're going to need to get him to cancel one of the other visits or host a midweek. So, we'll see what happens. But like we said earlier, the 4 OVs, Miami, SC, A&M, LSU. This spring, he's going to see Bama, LSU, Texas, and Oregon on unofficials. I've said this for a long time. I think it's going to be LSU. It's always felt like it'll be LSU. This is a kid who's originally from the state of Louisiana. And, obviously not living there anymore, but you still got to look through the lens of if he was a Louisiana kid. Where would all of us think we're going? Where would all of us think he's going, right? To LSU. So, with Booby, A&M, LSU, Miami, SC, probably think it's going to be one of those 4. Oregon and Bama, they could be interesting, but I don't think it'll be Texas. With him, yes, he reclassed, but need to confirm this myself. But I was told he reclassed to the grade he's always supposed to be in. So let that factor into, I guess, your thoughts. But with him, don't get me wrong. He's really talented. He's very talented. But with what the Texas 2026 receiver board was before he reclassed, he's lower than a few guys, right? That's why Texas made an effort to get like 5 or 6 official visits scheduled at the receiver position, and he wasn't one of them. So I definitely think if he called and tried to commit right now, they would take him, no question. But the board is the board, and they're going to stick to it. And, while I might not always agree with Texas's evaluations and the offers they make or the way they slot kids on the board, they're going to do what they're going to do. And it works. They only signed the number 1 class in the country last year, right? So with Booby, don't really have much else to say with him besides just don't think it'll be Texas. With him being a South Dallas kid that's a highly ranked receiver, I'm sure Texas fans, when he commits elsewhere, will be like, oh, my God, we missed out on Decorian Moore again. He's not Decorian Moore. He's closer to Jonte Cook than he is to Decorian Moore. And in Jonte Cook, I'm talking about
level.
like pre-Texas Jonte Cook.
The talent level of Jonte Cook, yes.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just wanted to clarify that because Feaster does – I have covered both these kids in there in high school. Feaster has more of a head on his shoulders than Jonte did. So we'll see what happens. But going to be interested to see where he goes. If I had a gun to my head, definitely LSU.
Well, hopefully you don't. The next one we've got is Hayward Howard Jr. out of Edna Carr in New Orleans, which has been a familiar school for Texas. It's where Jakeem Stewart went, formerly the number 1 player in the class of 2026, reclassed to 25, had a pretty odd recruitment, transferred high schools, and all of a sudden, after every major program in the country being involved, it was only LSU and USC, and I think he ended up at USC. Anyways, Edna Carr is continuing to churn out some prospects. Texas sent out an offer to this defensive back, Hayward Howard Jr. Didn't have a ton of offers before Texas was in there, but Ole Miss and a couple others came in the mix. Currently unranked, but he's going to be on campus. Would love to hear who's recruiting him from Texas at this point, because I believe that his offer actually came from Terry Joseph.
Yeah.
So is it our whole question the last week? Is it going to be Orphe? Is it going to be Dwayne Aquina recruiting this guy? But Hayward Howard Jr., kind of an interesting one here. I'm going to pull up the tape to give everyone a little bit better idea on why Texas offered an unrated cornerback. But he's got a good good offer sheet right now. Miami, who he scheduled an official visit with, is his only to this point. Auburn, Colorado, Florida State, Ole Miss, Texas, A&M, a couple others there. Recruitment's blown up, so we're looking forward to seeing, what he can turn into. But Jordan, I don't know if you've taken a look at Hayward at all.
I haven't. I haven't watched him at all. Like you said, believe it was a Terry Joseph offer. He scheduled his March 29th unofficial visit to Texas before Terry Joseph left for the Saints. And I have not checked in if that's still on the table. But, yeah, I mean, with what you said, with what the in-state defensive back, board looks like, not sure how realistic he is for Texas. With Aquina, we've talked a lot about it. How much is he going to be on the recruiting trail? And one thing that kind of got me thinking, we had Griff on Monday, and I spent the weekend I spent Sunday in San Antonio with him. He does coach for Juice, and I was just kind of picking his brain, like with Aquina, what do you think is going to happen for recruiting? Do you think they're not even going to let him travel? Do you think he even wants to? And he basically was like, bro, when he was at Arizona, he only recruited the state of Texas. Almost every DB he signed came from the state of Texas. Same thing at Stanford, right? And obviously when he was at UT the first time, he only signed Texas kids. So for the most part, I'm kind of under the impression that he's purely going to recruit Texas, at least for the safety position, pretty much every year. I think there are at least 2 or 3, if not 4, safeties who are good enough to play at Texas. So obviously this year, Chase Calicut, he's a guy we penciled into the class, already have a crystal ball for. Other names, Aaron Bradshaw, Donovan Webb, And then at corner, Jalen Lott, Jermaine Bishop, Jamarian Vincent potentially as a flip pursuit maybe later on. But there's a lot of intriguing options in state to where if there is an out-of-state defensive back in this class, I only think it'll be one, maybe two. So with Hayward Howard, not quite sure where he fits in. And again, we do got to, check in with him, see if he's still coming at the end of March. But yeah, that kind of my thoughts for that.
Just pulled up for a second. I've been looking at this for the last minute or two, and I'm actually kind of in love now. This pick is just ridiculous right here. This is one of the greatest plays I've ever seen in a highlight reel. Very interesting one to put as your first highlight. It was a pure chance. That one was a bad ball, a really bad ball by the quarterback. But there's one after here where he looks great, and we'll just end with that with one real highlight. This is Hayward Howard Jr. out of Edna Carr, 6'2", I believe 170. And there we go. I mean, not too bad playing in the Superdome on that one. So see what Texas is going to be able to do there. That's not one, like you said, that I would exactly pencil into the class. But you never know. And you never know who else is going to get involved here. You never know. This may be a very interesting recruitment over the next few months. So we got March 29th, Jarraylen McCoy. Do you have anything on him?
I don't. I believe it was either publicly committed to Ole Miss at one point, maybe, or is either just expected to be a heavy Ole Miss lean, not sure. But saw he's coming into town and, threw him on our list. Like I said earlier, Texas casting that wide net. Go look at last year with the D-line class. They needed to sign 4, if not 5 guys. They only signed 3. Why did that happen? Because they barely hosted any of them for official visits. DJ Sanders could not get Chase Sims to OV ever, only unofficially visit. Myron Charles, Josiah Sharma, Kevin Wynn, right? They hosted like 4 or 5 D linemen. You can't do that when you need to sign 4 or 5 D linemen. You will never have a 100% hit rate, especially when one of those guys is already publicly committed to Florida State. I'm talking about Kevin Wynn. So, like I said, they're being more proactive than they've been, especially compared to last year, casting the wider net, giving yourself more backup options to pivot to when option 1, maybe 2 and 3 don't work out. So, like that a lot. That's also, like Vonnie Dunham, Tico Crittenden. There's like 10 defensive linemen from the Southeast that Texas is actively recruiting very heavily. So, I'm curious. I need to make some calls and figure out what's kind of going on with Texas being smarter about things. Like, is this they hired Josh Dunson or Aaron Joe and they're just like, all right, guys, like, what are y'all doing? Why would y'all not do it this way? Or is it, someone who was there last year, like, okay, we got to fix this. We got to do it differently, very curious. So, yeah. And hey, Coach Top with a great question. This was actually one of the kids I was meaning to bring up when we were talking about edge guys not too long ago. Coach Top says, what do you think about Landon Barnes out of Duncanville? Just got Ohio State and Georgia, no Texas. I believe he also has LSU. So this is a kid who kind of looks like Colin Simmons out there. Why? He's rocking that number 8 for Duncanville. Really impressive kid, a kid that I've kind of had my eye on for a long time. Unfortunately for him, his sophomore season, the 2 edge starters at Duncanville were Colin Simmons as a senior and KJ Ford as a sophomore. So he didn't really get a starting role until this past season. Did pretty well. Can't remember his, stats, production off the top of my head, but I saw Duncanville play 3, if not 4 times this season, and each time he flashed, and I actually thought, played a little better than KJ Ford. So with what KJ Ford kind of is, measurements, height, weight, speed, testing, but not crazy production. Landon Barnes is very similar, except he tested better in every single category and is just as tall and long, right? So there are some people, even in, the southern sector of Dallas, that feel as if Landon Barnes is actually a better deep edge prospect than KJ Ford. I'm not quite there yet. I do, want to dive into more before I come out with the take or some analysis like that. But, yeah, definitely a guy to watch for Texas. And, I think Jamarian Carlton is a better athlete And if I had to pick between Jamarian Carlton and Landon Barnes, I would choose Jamarian Carlton. But Landon Barnes and KJ Ford, like, that's two of the top 3 edge prospects in the state on the same team. Like, Duncanville just shits out specimens, man. Like, it's ridiculous. Every single cycle, they have just a freakazoid on their team. If not 2, if not 3, if not 4. So I like his game a lot. Very curious to see what happens. Definitely think it is interesting that Ohio State, LSU, Georgia, all throw their hats in the ring before Texas. And I think even before Texas A&M. So we'll see what happens with him. But he was a top performer in Under Armour Dallas. And want to get into the rankings at some point today before we get out of here. The updated Top 247 2026 rankings are going to drop in about 20 minutes. And not supposed to do spoilers, but he's going to be in the top 247. Landon Barnes will. So, that kind of shows what the scouting team thinks about him. Definitely a stock-up guy this offseason that, has kind of turned himself into one of the biggest risers in, the entire country. So, very excited to see what happens with him. And thanks, Coach Top, for bringing him up.
Yeah, Jordan, I think this is something we talk about it, and we've talked about it before with Duncanville, probably with DeSoto too. And I'm North Shore for as long as I've been doing this, and I would say the 21 Westlake team, where you have a certain position group on a team where if you get 2 or 3 guys from it, they could go play for this, we just don't realize how that KJ Ford and Landon Barnes are a starting, edge group at a high school. In 2 years, that would be a legitimate edge group at Texas, at Ohio State, at Georgia. Like, this is just not something you see in other states, apart from maybe 1 or 2 other schools, and we're seeing it at least once a year.
Turbo, think about this shit. In 2023, they had KJ Ford, Landon Barnes as sophomores, and as seniors, they had Alex January and Colin Simmons. Like, what? So wild to think about. Definitely wild to think about. And I don't know, the Westlake 2021 team, that was a good one. They had a ridiculous O-line group. Bray Lynch now at Indiana, Connor Robertson now at Texas, TJ Shanahan, who went to A&M, now at Penn State. On the other side of the ball, they had Ethan Burke and Colton Vosick as their bookend edge rushers. Oh, they also had a Duke commit on the interior D line, if I remember correctly, and had several, really good high school players in the secondary back 7 that might not have ended up, FBS, but they're playing college football. And on offense, they had a 5-star quarterback, Jaden Grayhouse, Keaton Quebeca, several other guys. So, a really good team, probably the best Westlake team I've ever seen. And I mean, they destroyed Lake Travis that year after the year prior COVID canceled the game, my senior year. So, yeah, definitely something interesting. I mean, hey, hate to bring it up, but Lake Travis haven't beaten Westlake since 2019. Damn shame.
Probably a few more years. They're Reese Wise now.
Hey, I will say, I really can't say anything. Lake Travis getting the fastball back. I'm telling you, watch out. They have some kids who in the 2029 class who I strongly believe will end up Power 4, and by some kids I mean multiple. So, it might take some time, but a few years from now, I think Lake Travis could be back competing for state championships. You heard it here first.
All right, I'll set my clock for October of 2028. Is that?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and I'll be right here saying I told y'all so.
That's only 3.5 years away. That's kind of scary. All right, we're about halfway through this unofficial list. The next one is the man with the most offers in the entire state, and inching up there, I would expect with the most in the country. It's top 247 interior offensive lineman Zayden Krempin. Has not been hard to get a hold of in his recruitment process. He's very active on social media. Everyone's got a pretty good hold of at least who's involved in this recruitment. But it's March, and there's still 8-9 teams involved here. He's going to take a lot of visits. He's going to take a lot of officials. And this one may get dragged out. It just feels like, even though it's an offensive line, prospect, It feels like this is one of those rare cases where you would expect a decision to come very easily, and this one may take a little bit longer than we expect. But Texas is looking to get the job done, by the time that he leaves Austin on that official visit. But before then, he'll be on campus April 4th. Jordan, we have talked about Zayden Krempin. Yeah, there it is. Okay, let's just go through this. Clemson, LSU, Michigan, Ohio State, Texas A&M, Texas, Colorado. So that's 7 unofficial visits. And then it's eight schools total, I believe, because LSU, Texas, and Michigan all get unofficials in addition to their officials. The really interesting one here is that he's going to Michigan on an unofficial.
That's the interesting one is Colorado.
I mean, of course it's Colorado, but Jordan, it's March 5th, March 4th, and we've got especially a white dude, a white offensive lineman, because Prime just had one of those. He looks exactly like Zayden Krempin.
I'm talking about Cash Cleveland.
Cash Cleveland. He's a little
did these dudes know about Cash Cleveland? I saw Cash Cleveland play at Rockwall Heath like 10 times in high school. Not joking. His dad was like the biggest booster over at Rockwall Heath. I probably shouldn't be saying any of this, but dad's connection. Now, shout out to the kid, by the way. Played his ass off, did great for a walk-on, earned himself a scholarship. But hey, connections helped him get that PWO deal. It was also at IMG, I think, for his senior year or something like that. And I actually saw him play at IMG versus Lipscomb Academy last August or August of 23, whenever I saw Jarrett Gibson and Jordan Johnson-Ubell. But besides the appearance, you can't compare Zayden Krempin to Cash Cleveland. He clears him coming out of high school. Sorry.
But anyways, you know the theme I was going for here, because I don't think Prime, does deep dives on the film. I think he's see guy, want guy a lot of time. So Colorado will get a visit on the last unofficial visit, which is one of the funniest parts about this, is that if Colorado makes a good impression, they're going to be the only team he talks about for a month and a half. So that'll be something to look out for. But yeah, I said, the unofficial to Michigan, flying from Love Field to Detroit and then driving to Ann Arbor is not an easy drive. I'm not sure if he's already got connections where he can fly into Ann Arbor, but it's an hour drive. It's just not a fun trip. And you really have to love Michigan if you want to visit there. And obviously he loves Michigan. He's going to be there for probably 4 or 5 days combined in the next 3 months. So it'd be really interesting to see what he does there. I just don't see him as a Michigan man. It's just one of those vibe things. I just don't see it. I know a couple other people do. I just feel like the way this guy talks, he will not end up there. And not even the way he talks about them, just the way that he speaks. I think just the way that recruits talk about Michigan, you usually know pretty early on. For whatever reason, I've noticed that over the last few years. I think when I was covering Nebraska and we saw a lot of guys go to Michigan, you could kind of hear. And of course, that was the Harbaugh operation, and things are run differently there now. So I could be wrong. But I think, we'll see how that ends up, and they'll get the last official visit. So that would make you think that, they will have the last laugh. But, if Ohio State he's going to go to Ohio State the weekend after. Man, this guy is spring. They're going to have some great frequent flyer miles. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
Yeah, so for him, I spoke – I need to reconnect with a source and see if there's anything new. But I honestly don't think there is, because he's never had fluff or really flair in his recruitment. Pretty damn straightforward. But at Under Armour Dallas, I spoke with someone who told me the top 4 is basically the official visits: LSU, SMU, Texas, Michigan. But inside the top 4, there's a top 3. And Texas isn't in that, right? So, not saying Texas is completely out of it and they can't get them. They most definitely can. But SMU, LSU, and Michigan are all in a better spot as of less than a month ago. But it's interesting. This is a really, really, really smart kid who thinks a lot more than 99% of these guys do. For example, we're interviewing him at Under Armour Dallas. And Billy Embody, good dude, works for On3, covers SMU, and I believe Ole Miss now. He asked, SMU, how's it been with them? Blah, blah, blah. How is it? And Zayden is like, I love the coaches, love that it's close to home, love that I can make an impact early there, but they've been there 3 years, and they haven't had a single high school player they signed get drafted. And I know, we've talked about this. They didn't inherit a great roster, all that, whatever. But it's still true, right? They had 3 guys at the combine this year. All 3 started their careers in Miami. So SMU, they are in a pretty good spot for him, but they're going to need to do some convincing there. So we'll see what happens. LSU, really interesting. I'm not even sure if he's ever visited LSU, but they kind of came out of nowhere. Brad Davis, the offensive line coach, went and did an in-home visit with Krempin in January and, completely killed it. Like, I believe LSU was the first OV he booked, and it was before Brad Davis left the Krempin household. So LSU's one to watch, and then Michigan. Kind of think the complete opposite of what you said, where, like, I totally see him as a Michigan man and fitting there. That's interesting. One other thing that is interesting in this graphic says offensive tackle. I don't know why, because he is projected as an interior offensive lineman and is ranked as an interior offensive lineman. He has some nice length, but, he does have 33.5-inch arms. Usually the threshold you look for is 34. Really athletic, really versatile player that, at the high school level is a left tackle and could play all 5 positions, but pretty much every single school knows eventually he's playing on the interior. And if he's not, it's because he's a right tackle. So with him, schools are kind of doing this weird thing right now where they're like, yeah, we're recruiting you at offensive tackle. But you could also maybe still play guard. And he wants to play tackle. And he is aware that, eventually he probably will be kicked inside. But that could have an effect in this recruitment. Which schools could potentially promise him tackle? Not sure. A lot of stuff has to play out. Another thing I want to mention, Clemson is in a very, very, very interesting spot. This is a kid who, likes Clemson a lot. They have his attention. They do, develop high schoolers to the NFL every single year. Yes, I personally think Dabo is a cornball, but I do see why kids like him. I do see why kids are drawn to the Clemson program. It's very easy to see. And with Krempin, he doesn't have that offer yet because Clemson makes guys visit first before they offer. So he will be offered March 7th. And with him too, the source I spoke with said, man, like Clemson, they're kind of outside that top 4. But if they kill it on that visit, because it is an unofficial visit, but it's supposed to be 2 or 3 days, spending a weekend up there. And if they kill it, they will very much, be in contention, a true contender, if not the leader, because of all the relationships, everything that's already been established over the phone. So, I'd watch out for Clemson for him, but Clemson, LSU, SMU, Texas, Michigan, those are the ones to watch. The Colorado thing kind of blows my mind. Maybe he just wants to go see Boulder, the Flatirons, who knows. And then A&M, he could potentially visit A&M, but I don't think it'll be A&M. A&M kind of shot themselves in the foot in this recruitment whenever they dropped his teammate right before signing day, Connor Carty, and he ended up at Texas Tech. A moronic decision when Carty was better than half the O-line class they signed, and they could have dropped literally anyone else because they don't go to school and aren't best friends with this guy. So, yeah, don't think it'll be A&M. Don't think it'll be Colorado. Ohio State's interesting. Justin Fry actually went and saw Krempin at Prosper or at his home. And then an hour later, news broke he was going to the Cardinals. Since then, the Ohio State staff, multiple guys called him every single day until a new O-line coach was hired. While the entire staff isn't still calling him, the new O-line coach is communicating him along with Ryan Day and a few other guys still. So he very much is a priority for Ohio State. So, I'm curious, how is this going to play out? With Texas, Jake Majors is involved, talks to Dad a lot, but I do think Kyle Flood is going to have to pull more weight here and do a better job to, have this recruitment finish as a Texas commit. But we'll see what happens.
We will see. In just a minute, we'll jump into, your little tease of the top 2 first 7 rankings that are going to be revealed in 6 minutes now. But I think this is something that you mentioned that I think a lot of people would be interested in hearing is the whole thing at Clemson where you can't be offered until you visit. I just took a look at Clemson's 2026 offers. Jordan, you want to guess how many players from the state of Texas they've offered in this class?
3.
0. Not
Damn.
a single one.
Every now and then, if it's a kid that's good enough, they'll offer him before he visits just because they know they have to offer him and that kid can't visit.
I'm going to look back a few classes because consistently they do sign, 1 or 2 from the state of Texas. In 2025, they offered 3. 3 very interesting offers to Jalen Beckley, who ended up at Oklahoma State. Nelson McGuire, who ended up at Texas A&M. Not a bad offer at all, and really jumped up in our rankings near the end there. And then Gus Cordova. So
stink.
Gus Cordova, your boy out of Lake Cheek.
Hey, whoa.
Let it be known.
Whoa. Chill.
Who ended up at USC.
I remember in 2024, they signed Ian Reed. I think it was 24. Might have been 23.
That was 23. In 24, they signed Bryant Wesco and Corian Gibson.
That's
they
right.
Offered 4 other guys too.
Corian Gibson, an all-time recruitment. I know. Hey, if you're an OG recruiting guy, you remember how nasty that recruitment got. Literally every single site besides ours was reporting the kid was going to Texas. When he literally made the decision he wasn't going to Texas on his Texas official visit in the middle of his one-on-one meeting with Terry Joseph. And he said that on record right after that visit when he was giving Clemson. Like, we had Clemson commitment quotes for over 3 weeks before he announced it. And the entire time, other sites were talking shit, doing all this other stuff. Because we kept saying, it's going to be Clemson because we had the quotes. And when it was Clemson, everyone was surprised except for us. But I do not miss recruitments like that at all. And I need to go look at what Corian did as a freshman or, true freshman or whatnot. I'm, curious. But I don't know. They definitely do have some weird takes. Ian Reed and then Harris Sewell were in the same cycle, 23.
I mean, 23. So every year since 2023, they've offered less and less. In 2023, and they were in the mix for a lot of these guys. Reed McKeska out of Bridgeland. I feel like he was committed to them at one point. I ended up at South Carolina.
I think he was committed to Miami. That kid stunk. I cannot believe
he was
had,
not good.
All the
Bridgeland has really weird tight ends that get recruited for a lot for some reason. They also offered Anthill and Colton Vasic, so we know where they ended up. They offered Braxton Myers out of Coppell.
Where's he at? Southern Miss now?
I don't think he's playing anymore. I think
what? He's in
I just saw something. He was at Southern Miss. Let's take a look here because this is actually kind of just a weird story. For those who don't know, Braxton Myers you early enrolled at Ole Miss and then had an altercation or two.
Purdue.
He ended up at Purdue and then he was at Southern Miss.
That was so weird to me because I covered that kid in high school. Like, I was literally at his commitment ceremony. He did not commit to Ole Miss in the spring. It was somewhere else. But I was there with Nick Harris because he was the Rivals national guy at the time, and he did the live stream. And, I talked to that kid for a fair amount that day. And nothing really stood out to me as red flags. So, I don't know what the backstory is for him transferring, but I'd be very curious to find out.
He's now at Western Kentucky. So this is school number 4 in 3 years. Really interesting. He didn't play at Purdue after he transferred there in the middle of the year. So that was interesting. The other one they offered is DJ Hicks. I'll let you get to the rating stuff in just a second here.
No, this is interesting.
There's been a lot of online discourse about David Hicks Jr. as of late, which I don't get because I watched a good amount of A&M games last year. I thought he was pretty impactful.
They're morons. He's an NFL player.
He's an NFL player. He's been an NFL player since the time he was a sophomore in high school. To this day, I've never been impressed with the defensive player as much as I was with him throughout every single event he went to.
Bro, there hasn't been a better D-line prospect out of the state of Texas since him.
No doubt. I mean, no doubt. And the guy, he's not going to put up crazy numbers. I'm not saying he didn't put up crazy numbers because Shamar Stewart was doing it. Because no one was. I mean, no one on that A&M defensive line.
Thank
the
you.
most
Thank
expensive
you.
defensive line in the history of football. Maybe even
Bro.
more expensive, than the NFL, if you ask some people.
We're gonna look back at the A&M D line room from this year and this past year. We're gonna look back in about 10 years and be like, how in the hell did they have Shamar Stewart, Shamar Turner, Nick Scourton, my bad. They had Fadil Diggs last year. He left, went to Syracuse once Elijah Robinson went up there. DJ Hicks, like some specimens, some monsters.
Inlow Diddy, whatever his name was.
Well, he's portal now too. I forget where he ended up. He ended up somewhere random. But
Overton, where is he at now?
He was at Bama. I know he was at Bama this past season. I think he might have been there 2 seasons. I'm not sure. Like, dude, they had all these specimens, all of them gone. And I mean, like, dude, go and look at like mock drafts for this year, mock drafts for next year. There's like a ridiculous amount of players that are in like the first 1 or 2 rounds that started at A&M with that 22 cycle and left. So
Evan Stewart.
Yeah, very fascinating to look at. Shit, Walter Nolan,
God, I forgot he started out at A&M. That was one that just didn't make sense from the start. So,
bro, A&M moved his family to the Woodlands. Like they still live in the Woodlands, I believe. And his little brother went to the Woodlands. Warren Nolan, I think, signed with Arkansas State. He played his senior year at Willis, though. But it very interesting time to look back on. But real quick to wrap it up, top 247 rankings dropping like right now. They should be. It is at 11 a.m. Doing my best not to act an ass. But hey, I got to give myself a pat on the back. For how many months have I come on here and been like, hey, Felix Ojo needs to be looked at as a better prospect than John Turntine. And if not, at least look at them, as being equivalent. Well, my friends, Felix Ojo, today's update, has now gone from the number 29 overall prospect to the number 7 prospect in the country, number 2 offensive tackle in the country. How long have I been saying this? Go back to 9.
You're not the only one. You're not the only one.
I know I'm not, but I was one of the first to push the agenda, right? John Turntine, on the other hand, going from 17 to 52, also going from an offensive tackle projection. He now has the IOL projection, something, we've kind of always talked about for him. Could he play tackle in college? Certainly, but he's a guard in the NFL, right? Because Kelvin Banks, everyone thinks he's a guard. I'm very curious to see what actually happens with him. But Turntine, I believe, is smaller than Banks. So we'll see what happens. But there's a new OT1 in the state.
Chris Stewart got a bump up 1 spot. How about that?
He's in the top 247?
He's not in the top 247, but he did, as a result of some recent ratings, he did get a bump up to 58 in the state.
Our boy. They call us the Jamarian Carlton fan club. Our guys back in 5-star territory. Number 3 prospect in the state of Texas, only behind Ojo, Keyshawn Henderson. And he is now the number 26 overall prospect after previously being 54. He currently has a defensive line tag on him. I argue with the scouting team about this and piss them off. I'm like, literally every school is recruiting him at edge. I've seen the kid in person. He is an edge. Their thought process is, look at his frame. If he's in college for 3 years, he could hold up to 280, 290 and play as an interior D lineman. I see the vision, but I like edge more for him. Regardless, with him being a D lineman, he's the number 1 D line prospect in the country. If he was edge, he'd be the number 4 edge in the country. So just something to keep in mind.
Last one is that KJ Edwards is now the number 1 running back in the state of Texas, over Adrian Bell, over Jonathan Hatton, over everyone else. And he is, the number 1 in-state target for Texas. So looks a little bit better now. Not only is he the number 1 running back in the state, he's number 2 in the country, number 43 prospect overall. So not a huge bump for KJ Edwards, but pretty significant when you move from 3 to 2 nationally and from 2 to 1 in the state. So that'll be real interesting. Keyshawn Henderson also. I don't know if you saw that.
Number 5.
Number 5 in the nation as a quarterback. So
Yep. All right, real quick, a few more victory laps. Valden Sound, our boy from believe, shoot, I forget where he lived in Europe. Originally
from Sweden, I believe.
Sweden, that's what it was. International kid, defensive lineman, destroyed the All-American Bowl, 6'4", 320, bumper car D lineman. Goes from unranked 4-star to now borderline 5-star territory, number 41. Let's give it up. Newcomer to the top 247. Love this kid. Texas trying to get him on campus for an OV. He has 3 OVs booked right now. None of them are Texas, but they're working on it. Who else? Xavier Crowell is now the number 88 player in 2026 after previously being an unranked 4-star. Everyone was on our board talking about how do you go from number 1 running back and 5-star to unranked 4-star. Will, if you need to get out of here, you can. I'm going to wrap
I don't.
Up.
I'm going to say one more, and then I am going to get out of here. Mark Bowman moved up 6 spots from number 30 to number 24. It is crazy. We've talked about this on a show before, how a guy can reclass and instantly be seen as the top tight end in a year, a guy class of a year older than him. He's done that, and he's created even more of a gap now. I'm going to get out of here right now, but I am going to tell you the gap between tight end 1 and tight end 2. 24 to 38 with Caden Prothro at number 2. But if you ask most people, and even if you asked our scouting team, I think they would say it's Mark Bowman and it's everyone else at this point.
Man, I love Prothro.
I just don't think I don't think anyone comes close to the tape that he has, and the way that people talk about him, and how similar he is to Brock Bowers.
Well, Prothro had almost 3 times as many yards. He also averages like 26 and 14 on the basketball court. He also has ridiculous track numbers.
We'll see, Jordan. We'll see.
The same. I'm gonna push back. I like him. But if you got to run, all good. I'll wrap this up in like a minute.
I will see you guys tomorrow.
All right. See
you, Jordan.
Xavier Crowell, like you said, reclassed. Whenever. Wow, a little too zoomed in. Let's see. There we go. Whenever he reclassed, we had him as an unranked 4-star, and a lot of people are like, why did he reclass and go from number 1 running back to unranked 4-star? Well, because they didn't want to, make a decision in a rush when he reclassed. So made him an unranked 4-star, knew he was going to get bumped up in the next update. They just had to talk through it, work it out. He's now the number 88 overall prospect. Some other guys that are worth bringing up, like Coach Top was talking about and we were talking about earlier, Landon Barnes, the edge rusher out of Duncanville, is now the number 189 overall prospect, a newcomer to the top 247. A kid I talked about, I think, last week, Justin Williams, out of I actually found out I was pronouncing it wrong. It's not Buckholes, it's Buholes, apparently, in the Gainesville area. This is a athlete prospect, running back prospect that had over 1,000 receiving yards, over 1,000 rushing yards in the same season as a junior. He's the first football player from the state of Florida to do that since Devin Hester in 2002. We debuted him as an 89 ranked 3-star, 89 graded 3-star. That's the highest grade you can have as a 3. They wanted some testing data on him. He showed up to Under Armour Orlando and tested off the charts. Either went like 4.43 or 4.48. I know he ran in the 4.4s, and I have it somewhere on my phone, but just I guess not going to pull it up right now. But Justin Williams, I also wrote a story about like, hey, I if I was at Texas, I would be offering this kid. I still believe the same thing. Hopefully he gets some more looks now that he is, a top 200 ranked prospect. So like him a lot. Christian Rhodes, y'all probably won't know who he is, but he's a running back at Lake Highlands that's committed to SMU. Lake Highlands in the Dallas area, same, program that produced Frank Oakham, if, you remember Frank Oakham. But Rhodes, a big-bodied power back that also has some interesting track data. So I've been a fan of his for a while. Do not think Texas is off, if I remember correctly, but is the number 197 overall prospect. And then Jaden Terry. Yep, that's Justice Terry's little brother. Number 229 overall prospect, a corner out of Manchester, Georgia. Texas has not offered. He's had some communication with them. This is a kid I saw at Under Armour Atlanta, was really intrigued by him, and, was like, Texas has to eventually offer this kid. There's no way they don't. Still feel the same way. What else we got here? Guys that dropped out that are Texas targets. Camden Jensen, he went from the back of the top 247 to a high-ranked 3-star. Zayden Krempen went from the back of the top 247 to, an unranked 4-star. Not really sure why that happened. Probably something to do with an underarm performance, perhaps, but again, not really sure. We'll try to find out. Sean Scott out of Modern Day. This is a kid who showed up to the Texas Junior Day. They were recruiting him as a linebacker with the pitch that you will shift down to edge on third downs. A really versatile player that plays all over Modern Day's defense as a pass rusher linebacker. So he's receiving, a variety of pitches, pure off ball, pure edge, maybe a tweener spot, kind of like what Texas is. They like him, but he's not super high on the board, but an interesting prospect to note. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it in regards to Texas guys. But I'm about to have a story posted over on Horns 24/7. Need to double check with the boss man, but I believe it will be a free story. So if you're not a subscriber, you should still be able to see it. But yeah, gonna get out of here. Get over to the Midday Mashup on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app from 11 to 2. They'll be rocking and rolling over there. And starting at 2 p.m., the live stream will be back. YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, wherever you get your live streams. And Chip Brown, Zay Collier, breaking down the latest. Assume they'll talk about Texas basketball, the moronic decision to not call a timeout to inbound the ball when you had a timeout, and it ended up in overtime. So, y'all get over, catch that, and I'm going to get out of here. I'll see y'all tomorrow, and I'll be back with Billy Turbo and myself starting at 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. We'll see y'all.